Welcome back, adventurers. To
Music is a little quiet, just so you know.
okay, hold on. You want that boosted? How is that?
It might be on my end, honestly. So
It's about the same for me
Yeah.
too. No real difference.
There's only so high I can make it through the
Yeah.
program.
That's fine for me.
Okay. Welcome back to Accursed Kingdom. It's been a hot minute. Because it's been so long, here is some extra rewards that I hope you will use in the upcoming session. 2 omens to everyone who can recap for me.
Oh god. We played.
This is true.
We left the camp of the worm cult. That's probably not a particularly accurate way of describing them. The people around the pit. We left there.
Yeah.
And headed from
Although-
the. Yes.
No, sorry. No, not before Rust Bucket had to quite literally be talked off a ledge. Almost.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, had a whole conversation about it, and the only person who was nearby was Friend. So when Rust Bucket was contemplating it, the only person that Rust Bucket could talk to nearby was a skeleton who could only say, "Oh no, that's awful," and say ignorant things and not know what's going on. And make poor word choices. So no, Rust Bucket was not in a good headspace when we left camp. They don't like forgetting things. And they are implied to think that maybe their husband is dead and gone and can't bear to forget them, and they are mentally distressed. And they don't like the fact that they're forgetting things. Or at least that's what I gathered. And then we left.
Yeah, kind of rounded folks up and then left that place to head to Brick and Mill.
Strange arachnid-faced ladies. I do remember that.
Yes, and they ran at first sight.
They were crying. I think they made noises like crying babies.
They, wept like grievers, like people who suffered terrible loss.
Right. We made camp in Brick and Mill after extensive search.
Yeah, and Bartholomew had some recollections of the area.
Yes, it was where Bartholomew grew up, I believe. Right, Matt?
Matt, the player, does not remember.
Okay, then yes, I will say, then yes. Yes, it is where they grew up, and they wandered over to a house, and Friend followed them. And Rusbucket got to talking about, oh yes, I remember, we used to have dinner here, it was never good, but it was enough. There used to be a couple beds right there, where the tree has now grown into the house, and there is nothing left. There was nothing left of what I once was. And then Friend goes, oh, okay. Jeez. Well, that's nice. And Friend then has to ask what parents are. Like, and then Friend has to ask what parents are and what that concept is. And then it eventually leads to Friend wondering, oh, do I have parents? What is that all about? Do I have a family? Do I have a family? Everybody here seems to talk about their own families. Why do I have a family? Was I born, quote unquote? And then Rust Bucket says, the answer is I can't answer that, but be careful of trying to figure that out. Trying to find out answers like that can, quote, break people, or something along that line. I have that in my notes. According to Rust Bucket, it might break him. So yeah, that happened. So no, it was a very productive session for Rust Bucket. There was also something about before we made camp and got attacked. Something that happened around here in the middle of camp, in the middle of the town. Like there was a hole. I'm not sure what's in the hole. Like if it's a cellar or something. I forget.
I think that was actually after combat. I think it was the morning after we found where the old well used to be. Which had since been covered up by whatever building was put on top of it.
Mordred made eels.
Mordred did fish out and produce some eels.
Him and Runt had a little bit of a heart-to-heart in the morning time atop the big chimney for camp, where they had a rope so everyone could see the sunrise.
Yeah, and pointing out the royal city in the distance to kind of everyone.
Runt made the proclamation that you are all his family now.
Oh yeah, and Runt gave Friend a new name. Friend now has many names.
Mm-hmm.
There was a whole thing about that. So Friend is also now named Family. Friend is now also family. You can also call Friend Family if you desire, or Bone Welder as a Rust Bucket. As Rust Bucket said, the Bone Welder.
I was pretty proud of that.
Yeah, it was really
so metal.
Mordred and Pariah had a couple of conversations between leaving the final resting place of the worm and kind of like moving around Brick and Mill. The last conversation they had was about whether or not Pariah had named the donkey or not, and Mordred did not want Pariah to tell them what she had named the donkey. But they had a conversation in the morning, and I don't remember about what.
I believe it was about dreams.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Because I believe I had a dream last session.
Right.
So I think it was just about the concept of having them, if they remember any, and if they did the previous night.
Yeah.
I think.
Hannah, do you remember what the dream was of?
I kind of do, actually.
Caroline, what do you remember?
The dream Pariah had was supposedly of her past. And being in pain for a reason that wasn't explicitly said, but implied, with her lover, question mark, there to just kind of aid her and ease the pains that she is having. I don't remember the exact description, but I remember it was something like that.
It's meant to be vague and dreamy.
Exactly.
I also don't remember if this was just me misremembering. Did the enemies that we encountered here, did they have a particular thing against Pariah? Or was she just... I think she might have just been in the way of a few of them.
So, Pariah had done something earlier in the session to sort of try and understand these things, mimic them, basically, and did a really good job. So, a little column A, a little column B.
So they were particularly focused on her, but I think she was also just in the middle of like three of them.
Yeah,
screaming.
she did just happen to be just like
Okay.
in opportune spots
No.
at opportune times. They are opportunistic predators.
And then in the morning, the squad as a collective have made out for the royal city, have seen basically a clear shot to the royal city. No encroaching weird lake crystals in the way. It is purportedly less than half a day's travel.
Mhm.
And they have set out at the crack of dawn, stomach filled with eels.
Eels.
Delicious, delicious eels.
Mordred is in a medium good mood. Trying to see if Pariah remembers anything of the royal city. We're looking forward to seeing Bartholomew's university stomping grounds. We're looking forward to seeing kind of like the royal epicenter, the Rick Doman like monarchy buildings and castle and knighthood and round table and whatnot. Seeing what is up with the castle. What is up with Rick Doma after checks notes a variable number of centuries?
Yeah. Alright, and one more thing with Friend. Friend was looking through Picture Book and found stuff about the skeleton progenitor god.
Ah, yes,
So-
Necrubel.
The great, supposedly the creator of everything, or something along those lines. Or
Pretty much. Got
Yeah.
the gist of it.
And Pariah has continued to read the Black Book, at least a little bit, question mark?
Yeah, I think Run gave it to them at some point. The monkey was making goo-goo eyes at it behind his skull.
Sure, let's go with that.
Yeah. You got it. It's all yours, buddy.
Oh, right, because I remember the bull. Mordred was concerned. It might have already been said. Mordred was concerned that maybe is the family taking advantage of Runt?
Yeah, potentially. The Mordred took a moment to effectively just like warn Runt that if the monkey ever tries to do something with his body that he doesn't want to do, to try to fight it, that it may not be acting in his best interest.
And Run made happy shrills.
That sounds like a pretty... Oh,
Oh no, I was gonna say that. I think that's it. I don't remember anything else.
And Mordred missed every attack roll.
Yay! Mordred
Oh.
continues. As the journey goes on, Mordred continues to weaken, and I like it.
My stats are, other than health, about as exactly where they are, except for Ether Sense, which has gotten better.
We learned that the bird, the smallest of Run's transformate, is actually the strongest, which I still think is hilarious.
Very powerful. Very beautiful. Very powerful.
My Omega Birds continues to grow.
everyone please take 2 almonds.
Thank you.
Even me?
You said some stuff.
Even you.
Yeah,
Okay.
you have to start out.
Sure, you say so.
Look, just... take it, no questions. Just...
Slide it under the table.
Alright, my friends. You have the morning ahead of you. Your rickety little wagon squeaks along. Your trusty, if maybe weary donkey continues to pull you along. Pariah, I do think we had discussed you having an opportunity to learn the contents of the book.
Yeah, okay.
Would you have to have spent some time reading the book?
Sure.
Wonderful. I can, again, another snippet I can send you later if you need a reminder. But here I will tell you what you find. The majority of the book is smaller spells. Spells for mundane things, such as finding objects, for making familiars behave, for transcribing. There is a spell that describes the process of siphoning the life force of other living things. But towards the end of the book, there are a handful of even more involved and powerful spells. One is a spell of transformation, turning one thing into another, or turning a person or creature into something else. Another powerful spell instructs the caster how to imbue objects with power, with specific instructions on the construction of living blades and other living objects. The final and longest spell describes the process of sacrificing the life of an innocent in order to gain power and resources. It warns, however, that should the body of the innocent not be swiftly and correctly subsumed, there's a risk of an inversion of that power, and the innocent becomes a creature of immeasurable power and destruction.
Fucking side-eyed run.
Oh my god.
Terrifying.
But now you broadly understand what the book is about and what is in it.
Yeah. And I think she's even more concerned because why the fuck did Runt want this? That is not great.
Grant Runt unlimited power.
She's going to give the book back to Runt, because she did promise that she would. Because that's also not hers.
How kind.
Did you give him something in exchange, or was it just like a, here, take this?
I think he just gave it. I don't know what he would have wanted, other than just like, here, have the fucking rat. Just hold on to him as a buddy.
I don't remember there being a specific trade.
Okay. I was just making sure. He's kind of like slapping the donkeys behind as you approach him.
Keeps flicking its tail very irritatedly at you.
He's like playing with the tail of some kind of game, and he notices you approach. Oh.
Here, you can have this back. And she will just hold out the book towards him.
And he excitedly puts up a thumbs up. Thank you. And he takes it and puts it in the top of his skull and puts the skull back on his head.
Precious cargo has been secured.
Actually, a question for you, Runt. When you open the pages, is it also black paper?
He tilts his head to the side as he's pondering your question. It opens it up. I don't suppose I see anything.
You as your humanoid child self does not see anything.
And he kind of lightly taps at the paper. Paper.
Is there anything on it, or just nothing?
No.
Okay, that is good. That is fine. Please keep that very, very safe, okay?
I've been reading books. Maybe I can read it.
He hands it to me.
Friend opens it and looks at with his skull.
It sure is
It's empty-eyed.
black pages.
It's black.
Wonderful.
I've read it.
I'm so proud of you. So proud of you, friend.
Or like goes up to his side as you say it's black, and he just like nods his head in approval.
The contents of the book itself would likely get me executed just for reading it. So,
Executed. 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 Run, have you heard that before?
X, and he like puts up both his forearms in an X.
Yeah, X.
He's learning his letters.
I've been trying to teach him. So far, we've gotten up to D.
I guess an X is a pretty easy one to.
It's a very easy one.
It's not a very useful letter though.
Although he does confuse his X and T.
Oh yeah, okay.
He like puts his forearms in a cross. X.
I take it you've gleaned something more from the book then?
I have. As mentioned, the things within the book itself would. Your order would take very seriously.
I would bet so. Would you be interested in sharing at some point in time? I don't think I much share the view of my educators anymore in the way of secrets.
Descriptions on how to cast certain spells. And what they do. More or less. Some more mundane. And then others very much not.
Maybe if we make safe landing in the city, you wouldn't mind going over some of the finer points with me?
Sure.
If you're comfortable.
Oh, I'm perfectly comfortable.
Alright. And it's hard to tell sometimes the difference between what I've been told for the sake of my safety and what I've been told to reinforce the beliefs of those telling me. And there were a few in my order who were of the belief that simply viewing the pages of these books would send you into a spiral, but
Well, good for you that I've already had my spiral, so I am sure I
Really?
would do just fine.
we are in quite an advantaged position, what with you being crazed as you are at all.
You are so kind. Just does like a little bow.
I'm just repeating the things that you have said about yourself just now.
She
I
has
told
things.
you.
It's
I-
just thinking about it. Go on.
I told you not long ago that I didn't trust you, and I think that is starting to wane, and I'm not sure if that's for the better or not.
Now that is the right question to be asking. But you haven't killed me yet, or nigh you, so I think we're doing pretty well, don't you think?
So far so good. How's road conditions on approach to the royal city?
Extremely clear. The state of the day, the weather, if we will, is basically non-existent. The air is still, the cloud cover is still thick, so no sun. At least not sun that isn't diffuse and gray. There's a thin fog still from the early morning. It's quiet. It's very quiet this morning, as your little cart pulls along. While the world is quiet, Ox. Thorn is not. Thorn, I imagine this has been going off and on for like hours now, but they just keep telling you new and creative ways that they want you to die.
So just like the good old days, then.
Exactly. It's stuff like, I'll cut your tongue off and hope you choke on it, blah, blah, you know, like, it's that kind of stuff. Just
barn fire. Hey, you're slipping. I've heard barn fire before.
What you talking about?
Sorry. No, I'm talking to Thorn.
Oh. Is Thorn being mean?
Oh, I mean, no more than usual.
Oh.
So, yes.
I have a
Let
question.
me talk to him. Rend is going to grab Thorn's hilt and pull it out.
You do that, and I need you to make... Let's call that an ether sense check.
Yeah. That's a 20.
Wow. Okay. It's not as bad as the last time you grabbed the hilt of Thorn. You still feel this burning, seething hatred enter your mind that you know is not yours. But it doesn't... It's not like before. You're almost prepared for it.
I think that friend says, stop. Bones are nice. You're not nice. Start be a good bone. Good bone.
I need to remember how Thorn works for like 2 seconds.
I think I presumably can still only hear them.
Yeah, I don't think you get the voices, but I need to...
Recheck Wretched Royalty.
Is 6
Blade of
bad,
your
or is 1
ancestors.
bad?
1 is bad.
1 is bad. Roll a d6 for me, friend.
Okay.
Wait, run?
Sorry, friend.
Oh, okay.
6.
Oh, okay. You feel in your hand that it's the strangest thing. It's not that it can necessarily move I'm dying. Autonomously. Autonomously. I need to turn into one of those automated voices sometimes. Autonomously. It can't move autonomously, but all the same, you feel it pull. It tries to pull, to jerk your arm into motion, as if to stab yourself, frankly.
No, you stop that. Stop. Stop.
I'm gonna try and take the sword back.
Okay.
Yeah, Mordred, in your mind, it's just hissing like crazy, and like almost speaking in like gibberish magical tongues that are like it is now so infuriated as to be unintelligible.
I don't think they like you very much. No less than me, I would assume. But how was that? As they try, they will attempt to like very gently take it back from friend and put it back in their scabbard.
Still a bad bone. I'm gonna make them better.
We talked about it. You can't force change onto some people sometimes. You can try, but we'll see.
That one will. All bones will be part of me eventually.
That is such a terrifying line out of
That's
context.
I love that.
I'm the
Even
bone
in
welder.
context, it's pretty bad.
Just make sure they're not using them first.
Yeah. No taking bones from dead people who are gonna come back. I'm not taking your bones. Unless you give me permission to, which I will happily take your bones.
Noted. bones on layaway, if you will.
Then you'd be a part of me, and we'd be together forever.
How special.
Sorry, that came off. Sorry, above board, that came
It's
off as
very-
weirder than I intended it
No,
to.
this...
Extremely in character. We'll take Thorn back. Why are you? Why today? Why now? What's going on?
It doesn't answer you, actually.
Yeah, kind of figured.
Although, as you say that, it's faint, but as time has continued to pass, you feel a pain. Not strongly, not much at first. You could almost pass it off as just an ordinary, everyday, just like, oh, well, I stood up the wrong... I'm old and I stood up the wrong way. You know, or the eel isn't agreeing with me. But in your core, you feel a pain.
And that's kind of like new only noticing this as of now. This is a new pain.
Yeah, within even maybe the last 30 minutes at maximum.
We'll keep their mind on it. We'll sheathe Thorn. Try and block out the hissing as best they can. Ironclad mental defenses.
It eventually subsides in its perpetual rage. As the cart continues to trundle, that same pain, that pain in your midsection, stomach and ribs and diaphragm, it grows very slowly. By the next hour, it is more noticeable. It is occupying more of your mind, not just your body.
Is anyone else hurting? Kind of inexplicably? Ow.
I got an eyebrow raise. Are you alright?
Just about when Thorn started getting hissy, just kind of, hurt. It just all up in the inside, in the ribs and.
Is the pain like where you were stabbed before, or is it just elsewhere?
I don't think it's from the back. It doesn't feel like my shoulder like it did before. Although I have been forgetting to keep an eye on that as well. It could be the heart. Maybe we've been alive long enough that the poison is attempting to take its hold again. Be a hell of a poison.
Well, I hate to say it, but I feel fine. So
Yes, I feel nothing out of the ordinary.
Might just be you.
Good. Great. Love to hear that. I'll keep and continue to keep an eye on it, though it is a little distracting. Someone else might want to take over the reins for a minute.
Run slowly, reaches towards the reins.
I'll take over.
All right.
You sit back here, let me do it.
Really hoping someone else would volunteer. Thank you.
Run slowly, pulls his hand back. He will remember this.
Mordred will take the opportunity to have a rest while in transit.
Absolutely. The scenery changes a little bit as you continue to move along. Here, I will quickly... As you are passing towards... on your way towards the Royal City, in the distance you will see... Let me get everybody here. Oop. The mountains have grown quite large now. You are very close to the base of them. Close enough, in fact, that you are passing by another seemingly ruined development. And you can see the entrance of the Bergen Mountain Mines.
That's more infrastructure than I remember last I was in the area. Looks like it's turned into quite a development. Is anyone working it?
Deadly still. There is no sound, movement. All the buildings in the surrounding area that would have been kind of supporting the operations of the mining are decrepit, disused, falling apart.
Does anyone want to take a peek, or are we dedicated to getting onto the Royal City as soon as we can?
Can I actually ask everyone to make an ether sense roll?
Yeah.
Why would you want to do that?
Just because.
Uh-oh.
Oh! The ring. The ring coming in clutch. I crit.
Oh, shit.
There was an 8, and then I flipped it again for a 19. But it's not popping up.
9.
So 8 plus 2, 10 even.
Okay.
Can you summon me again? I have timed out of the...
Got a 13.
I mean, just roll a normal die in the meantime. You said a presence roll, right?
Ether sense.
Ether sense.
Sorry. 13.
13?
Crit with a 19 up to a 21.
Yeah. So, Mordred, when you look into the mine, into that inky blackness, there's almost a dizzying effect. It's not as though you are looking in, it feels as if you are looking down. On top of the pain that you are already feeling, you now feel this inexplicable urge. Like, at any given moment, you could fall into this place, or walk into it, whether you want to or not.
I think this is what magic feels like, and I do not like it. To some extent. A pit duck dug deep and greedily. Do not like this place.
I'm just gonna watch the stream for a while. What is going on?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I tried to summon you, but,
No handler found for board session manager left photon room.
Have you tried restarting Tailspire?
Oh, I'll try that. I'll do that. Sorry.
Oh, you're good.
Stream. Rocks.
Anyone else feel anything ether sense wise?
I got a 13. I don't know.
everyone else when you look into it, you do sense again that, I mean, it goes far and it goes deep, but other than that, it's the entrance to a mine.
Nope. Big hole. With rocks. A nice rock.
I think Ron looks at the vastness of it and just kind of tilts his head a bit too far back and just falls over onto his back.
I think we should leave and hope we do not have to return.
As the cart moves along past it, there's a sensation you've almost felt before, but in a different context. Back at the Abbey, Mordred, you remember this faint sensation of breathing in and breathing out very slowly. You get a very similar sensation from deep inside the cavernous opening of this mine. As if the mine itself is this breathing thing.
They're keeping that observation to themselves, because they don't like this. They're bad. Bells and whistles.
The car continues on for another hour and a half. As it continues, Mordred, this pain is becoming all you can think about. It has gone from the simplest little cramp twinge to the pain of being in pain. The type of pain that makes cold sweat break out across your brow. That makes you shake and hold yourself.
I think they just go very quiet. They are not really trying to hide their discomfort. They have already alerted Pariah to their discomfort, but they bear it as silently as they can, almost distressingly silently.
Is this something that we would be able to notice?
I think so. I think it's like not long that they take their helmet off and are just like grimacing and breathing heavily.
Can I use my cool item?
Oh. Yes, indeed.
I have a little poppet that says you peer into the mind of one person whose eyes you can see. You know their thoughts and intentions, and what their immediate next action will be.
Yes, indeed, you may use your item.
Is that like a noticeable thing that happens, or is it just kind of like for lack of a better word, passive?
I think for you, it is passive. I think you hold the doll, but I don't think it's an item you have. That's yours. You're allowed to hold your item. But other than that, oh yes, I can do that. It's not perceptible when you do this to others, really.
I think Mordred's thoughts are not the most coherent. But you definitely get the pain.
Yeah.
Like, I don't want to say that their thoughts are just like, ow, 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 ow. But like, if you've ever had like an ulcer or a migraine or something like that, where it's like, you can't even really form cogent thoughts. You're just like doing your best to deal with it in the moment and occasionally distract yourself by thinking about something else very briefly.
Yeah, I'm sure the professor has never experienced a migraine while thinking very hard about math problems, and can't think for the life of him what simple addition is. So
Where's Friend's compass pointing right now?
Friend's compass. Friend's compass.
spinning wildly.
I think it's fair to say that it is in fact pointing back towards the entrance to the mines. I don't think it takes too much work to figure that one out.
The compass has been, but this thing has been pointing towards the big hole for a while now. Sorry, what were you talking about, Mordred?
In a brief moment of clarity, Mordred is going to take off one of their gloves to see if their veins have turned black the way that Pariah's did when she was afflicted with the poison newly.
You do this, but other than being exceptionally pale right now due to the pain, your veins, the affliction of your stab wound is not more vivid than usual.
Yeah, then just keeps trying to grit and bear it.
Our knight friend seems to be having a rather acute migraine or some such. What ails you, my friend? Is it a migraine, or is it did you step on a nail, or?
It just shakes their head, cannot form words.
Perhaps we should stop and allow them rest?
No. The city. We need to get there.
Oh, I suppose that would be a good idea. There should be medicine aplenty for you.
Can you hold on until then?
The most pained smile.
It barely looks like a smile.
Yeah. Just teeth.
I am going to say that is a no. I don't even have anything I can use to help.
Just for my own sake, is the cart continuing to move?
I'll keep driving it, yeah.
Alright. The pain continues to worsen.
Yep.
The mines become a distant landmark behind you. And as the operation, the little settlement around it fades away, more trees and wildlife take its spot. I'm going to summon us to a new board.
New board.
And Mordred, when I say that the pain is unbearable, if it was bad before, it is now the type of pain that not only makes you sweat, it makes your heart beat faster in your chest, makes other parts of you hurt in ways you cannot describe. when I say being impaled, it is a searing hot implement skewering you from front to back. Nothing like. While the venom of the basilisk was horrible, and this is not to say any more horrible than that, but it is a different kind of agony, and it is a longer kind of agony.
Yeah. I think they are just like kind of hoping they pass out at this point. Like they have. I think they've put one of the leather inner gloves of one of their gauntlets between their teeth so they don't bite through their own tongue.
Mm-hmm.
And are just they're holding while they travel. I think a tight grip on their scabbard.
I think Runt is kind of curled up next to you, kind of like affectionately making sure you're okay. He can't really do anything medically, but this is all he's got.
Right when you think, when the pain is at this peak, this genuinely, truly could not get worse level of suffering. Often, actually, okay. I would like for everyone, even Mordred, though I'll say with disadvantage, give me a
That makes
presence
sense.
check.
What?
A which check?
Presence.
Pariah, I am fucking begging you. You know what? Fuck it. I'm opening this.
Oh, sure.
I'm rerolling.
It was a presence, you said?
A presence check, yes.
That is 15 plus 1, 16.
15 for me.
I got a 3.
13.
So whose was the highest of that?
I think
Runt.
Run.
Runt.
was 16. Runt was 16.
Runt, you are able to hear this before anyone else with your keen ears. But way off the path, in one of the wooded areas on either side of you, you hear just a croaky, distant help me.
Runt immediately, like, back arced, hands kind of like on the side of the, in the direction of the sound, on the side of the carriage, and he is half hiss, half growls at the sound, in defense of Mordred, alerting everyone to that sound.
Where is it coming from?
Off the side of the cart. I'll say, just for the sake of specificity, it would be to your east.
And roughly how close was it?
Hard to say.
Runt like a pointer dog, just like points in the direction, and will take the fight to the thing and hop off the cart and go to it.
Oh. Alright. Following the voice, it does get louder, but only by so much. It is a weak voice, a voice that is hoarse and tired. If you follow it all the way, here, I will bring you to this
Anyone
place.
is allowed to follow me as well. Very my stupid action.
I think Rust will come with. I don't think he can actually hear it, considering he rolled a 3.
If you start to follow Runt, you will eventually be able to hear it. You hear the same, help! Help me!
And unless anyone else follows, Runt kind of makes first contact, stays the fair distance away, probably roughly that. Head down, poised to the floor, like ready to move, as he slowly kind of almost circles this person.
Yes. With great surprise, this tired gentleman looks up at you as you come sort of, I'm gonna say, crashing through the brush.
Yeah, sure.
As if, like, not even expecting anyone to actually come. But then sees you. And is looking at you with, like, a breathless face of terror. Like, wide-eyed and mouth agape. Like, breathing hard.
Yeah, I assume I'm not helping things here either, huh?
He looks between the two of you with real terror.
Is the armor they're wearing any similar to Mordred's?
In a way, it is.
I think Runt sees that, and his head raises, kind of like tilts to the side as he inches closer, just bit by bit.
No. He's like, he can barely move. His legs kind of kick weakly at the ground, but he cannot go anywhere.
And he assumes, because he's wearing the same thing that Mordred is, that this is a friend. So he picks his skull up off his head. He's probably not very much more comforting face. And he
makeup. Just looks like fucked up war paint.
And he puts his hands up, and friend.
Friend hears the word. Friend hears the word friend. He gets out of the cart and starts running towards the word friend.
All right, then. Oh no! All right, this is not how I was expecting this to. Friend strolls up. And
What's going on? I heard my name. Oh, hello.
And he Runt kind of slaps the ground in front of this guy unceremoniously.
Oh, dark visions, stop haunting me!
This is the worst trio I could have done with this.
I want to go in, but also this is fucking hysterical, so I'm gonna give it a second.
This one.
Yeah, please go on.
Is this one also in pain? Run? They don't look good.
Run kind of sniffs at him.
Maybe Mordred will know what to do. We should drag them back to the cart.
Okay, that is where I'm coming in. Hello.
And
shows up.
I kind of looks at him. Ox, friend. He's asking if he's Ox's friend. Pariah strolls up.
The man, you say the word ox, and the man's head snaps to you. And his eyes suddenly look at you with a new clarity. Why are you saying that name?
Ox, and he puts his hands to his chest. Ox family to run.
Well, we are traveling with someone who goes by the moniker Ox. But you seem to be in a great deal of pain, my friend. Is everything okay?
Oh, just like Ox.
Do I fucking look okay to you? And he's so okay. Here's now that you are all like here and looking at him, he is clearly like gripping the hilt of a sword that is through his midsection and
Oh.
by all means must be embedded in the tree behind him.
Hmm.
Oh, well, that's no good. How did that happen?
Oh, for the love. Okay.
Why do you all know that name and why are you. He's just like holding this thing. He is incoherent.
Run looks back at Pariah, and basically just the rest of the party unaware of what to do.
Okay, I was not to hear that, I do not think, but... Step aside, step aside.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to try to aid this man in any way that I physically can, which I don't know if I have anything without using one of my scrolls.
Yeah, I mean, by all means, I say do try. As you approach a crow that was hovering nearby, if you come within a few feet of him, caws angrily at you and flaps its wings.
In defense, Runt kind of like slaps at it.
Finding itself being accosted, it flies away, cawing angrily, having lost its unfortunate meal.
Runt hisses at it as it flies away.
What would you like to do, Pariah?
I don't know if there's any way that I can give aid of any sort.
Yeah, he's just gonna bleed out immediately.
Yeah.
Unless you use
So-
a scroll.
I don't have a lot on me.
Yeah.
Actually, I have a question.
Yes.
Because I have the vibrant red ribbon, I can see heartbeats.
Yes.
Obviously the panic with seeing everyone around us, but like, does it look like a heartbeat that is going to die like real soon? Does that make sense?
Yes. I will say. I will say it's beating fast right now and does not show any signs of slowing. And that is the information you have.
Alrighty. Okay. I imagine she has a shirt on under this. Can she take off like the jacket part of like the top of like the jester outfit? Because she wants like put it over where like the sword is, like kind of like put a little bit of pressure so he doesn't bleed out as much.
Yeah. It has layers enough that you can.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
I would like to try to do that to at least help tamper a little bit of it.
I think as you begin to, like, touch and interact with him, his breathing starts to slow a little bit, and he looks at you as if he wasn't convinced you were even real a moment ago. And he swallows with a very dry throat and says, "You're no specters, are you?"
Hate to break it to you, but we are all very much real here.
Not Spectre. Runt.
Real.
How did you end up here?
Someone I knew did this to me. He didn't like that I got up and started walking around again. Practically nailed me to this God's forsaken tree that I've been watering with my blood for, I don't know, a week perhaps.
You have been pinned to this tree for a week.
Well, I can't very well get out of it, can I? It's, and he's been, pushing on this blade and is clearly just getting weaker and weaker. I mean, it's not as though I've been alive or awake for most of it. I don't know if it's even actually been a week. It could have been a month, for all I know.
Oh, so you're like us. You're also, arisen?
You mean one of the ones who's gotten up out of his grave, yeah?
Oh, perfect. Then you'll come back to life.
And Rust is gonna walk over. He's gonna yank the sword out of him.
Give me a strength check.
Yeah, you got it.
That's badass.
Oh, fuck, okay.
Oh, I need to omen that. That's unreal. I just rolled a 2. Hang on. Fucking... Wait, is the omen a reroll or an auto,
It's either, so you can spend an omen to give yourself +4 to a thing, basically reduce the difficulty of something by 4, or reroll something, or negate a crit or fumble.
Okay, then I'm just gonna reroll.
Yeah.
Better this time, please. No, come on.
Also, deal max damage with an attack. That is also a thing you can do with an omen.
I just went from a 2 to a 1.
Rip.
Oh no.
Can I use another omen or no?
Yeah, you can omen it as many times as you want. But...
Save your omens. Save your omens.
For all of my fucking omens.
Yeah. Deal max damage, reroll a die, yours or someone else's. Lower damage dealt to you by d6. Neutralize a crit or fumble, or lower a test's DR by 4.
Okay, finally, I got above a 10. 11.
11?
Yeah.
Okay. You do this. You you grab that thing, and you yank it, and what happens is the sword does move, but only so far. And boy, does he scream. That he... I will not recreate it, but...
Can I try again and put my foot on his shoulder?
Let me help. Let me help you.
Okay.
Is there any way can I help with this roll? Because I am afraid he's gonna injure this man more.
If multiple people...
Back! It's fine!
He's already dead. He's nailed to a tree.
For like a month.
If you would like to find a way to ease his suffering, but between friend and Rust Bucket, I mean, I wouldn't even ask for a roll for this next pull. How would you like to help this poor man, Pariah?
I'm going to take the sleeve on the jacket. I'm going to hold it up to his mouth. I'm like, trust me, bite down onto this. Just trust me here.
I mean, he does. His eyes are huge.
And she just apologizes.
He is breathing hard through his nose. Yeah. You're pulling again?
I'm just gonna yank again, yep.
You do, and this time he does not scream. His eyes roll to the back of his head, and he just falls like completely unconscious. And Pariah, you see his heart just stop.
And that was what I was worried about.
It's fine. He'll come back just like the rest of you.
Quick question: how's Mordred feeling when that happens?
The moment his heart stops, your pain stops.
Okay, but my heart does not.
Your heart does not.
Okay.
All right, let's drag him back then. This isn't one this one comes back, so I can't take his bones, right?
No, you cannot take his bones.
Don't take his
Okay.
bone, not yet.
Oh, that's not what I was
Run.
expecting that knockdown to look like. Okay, we'll just have him like.
Okay.
Jeez. Okay.
Runt kind of like it looks like he's sizing him up to eat him as you're all having a discussion.
Frank is gonna grab him by the legs and just start going, dragging him
Enough.
through the brush.
Get back! Just like waves her hand away to like shoo run away.
No, wait, no! Stop that! Why are you doing that?
Because
No taking
no, you're
his
not
bones.
supposed to.
I'm
No
not taking
taking
his-
bones. No eating.
I'm just bringing him back to the cart. I gotta take it. I gotta take him.
I've got it.
Okay.
Just full body lift.
Quickly try and paste the cart somewhere nearby.
Can you, and just for one more time tonight, can you try and resummon me? What thing are we on?
Right now we're in the middle of the woods.
She'll
Like,
just
what's
ask for
the
help
what is
at
the
the-
map title? Is it just called the
Rob.
middle of the woods?
On the way.
It's On the Way to the City is the name of the map.
Okay.
Where is my...
I don't know what the hell is going on with Tailspire for me right now.
Where are my stabs? Here we go. I will also bring Mordred back to the scene.
I think has since kind of redawned, is watching everyone like emerge from the woods dragging another body, a body with armor on it. Any recognition here? Also
from-
sees one presumably carrying a bloody longsword.
Yes. As my hand.
Me.
As from
I
a
pulled it from his body. It's mine.
from a distance, it's not easy to recognize this person, but as they basically come up to the side of the cart, I mean, it's older. It's more haggard, but it is a familiar face.
What happened? What's going on?
Well, this man here was unceremoniously pinned to a tree with this sword. Was stuck to it, obviously, so I elected to pull it out because he is like you, and will come back from whatever death-like state awaits.
Another revived.
Yes, that's the word.
Alright, well.
Can I put down a rest bucket? I'm sorry, I'm looking around.
I'm here.
Oh, there you are. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. I was
Camouflaged.
controlling myself and everything.
Oh,
Uh,
sorry, I
will-
just didn't see you.
Take a knee. Also, the pain subsided very. Presumably, Mordred heard the yelling.
I mean, yeah, you would have heard the screaming from
Yeah,
like that was quite easy to hear.
that makes sense. And seeing the bloody Zweihander and this person with a massive abdominal, like, if not abdominal wound, blood and puncture through armor, probably, it looks like, right?
Mhm.
I think Mordred connects those dots, and is somewhat confused. Will take a knee and kind of try to take a closer look at this person. Does this look like Rick Dome in armor?
Yes,
That
although
Mordred would recognize, because presumably styles have changed.
it's exactly that, where it is clearly the armor signifying the royal city, but not in the style that you are the most familiar with.
Yeah. Looks newer, more refined.
Well, so
Newer.
newer. It looks different, but it's also clear that this armor is like old and banged up and old, like oxidized, and I mean, not at all helped by the dirt and blood that is now caked in all of its crevices.
Let's get him in the cart.
Alright,
I think Mordred is going to take this Zweihander. Might give it back to him. Who knows? And well, did he say anything before? Well, I heard him say things that were not particularly intelligible. From back here.
Does apparently know your name.
And
That's
he also
distressing.
knew that the person who did this to him.
Huh. At the mention of knowing their name, Ox is going to like lift the visor on their helmet slightly to get a closer look at this person's face.
Absolutely. Instant recognition that this is Pater. This is the man who killed you.
Oh,
That's crazy.
Or at least the person who killed me in a dream that I had.
Well, yeah. the person who in your dream stabbed you in the back.
Ox is still mulling that over. Long pause. I am looking forward to talking to this man when he is more cogent.
Is that a concerning version of that phrase or a genuine?
This man was one of my best friends.
Oh, do you know him?
Well, much younger him. I knew him when he was much younger than he is now, but it appears we may have suffered a very similar fate.
He'll be back and you can talk.
I believe the pain I felt was very closely linked to this. Gestures at the open wound through Pater's midsection.
Ox friend?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
You were talking about. Okay.
Runt helps him up onto the, or does his best with his -1 strength score to help him up onto the carriage.
Absolutely.
I can take the reins again. Something's wrong. As if anything has been right in this world since we've woken up, but...
Roughly how far are we away from the city now?
At this point, the edge of the city is only a couple hours away.
Back on the road again? Question mark.
I think so.
Yes, maybe
on
this
the
man will
road.
wake up while we travel.
Well, supposedly that he will wake up roughly how we do, which is
I guess a few hours. Although
Exactly.
it sound. I don't know. Depend. How long has he? Did he say anything about how recently he's been?
He was uncertain as to the time frame. Maybe a week, maybe a month.
Distressing.
But if he is like us, then it's very possible that he has been out here for quite some time.
I'll be very disappointed if he does not rise again.
Oh, I'm sure he'll be fine.
Well, added weight means we need another animal to pull the cart. Ox will oblige now that they are no longer in crippling pain.
Does it look like you're trying to like pull the cart up?
And just is going to pull alongside the donkey. They've done this before.
Is it working? Like, are they stalling at all? Stalling
another
at
set.
all.
It seems to help a little bit. Doesn't really make anything go any faster, but the donkey seems a little bit relieved to have some weight off of it.
Look, the ox is not a fast creature.
Oh, never mind, then I'll let you do your thing.
You all continue on?
Yep.
Alright. The day wears on a bit. The scenery continues to change and shift. You start to see the edge of the left wing lake again. And some crystals, but not as many as when you were on the edge of the lake, truly. The mountains shrink just a little behind you, but as the mountains shrink, the silhouette of the city itself grows. And before long, you are outside of its gates.
Yay!
We don't have city gates, but it is. You are right in that your assessment of the bridge, while you theoretically could have done it, it probably would have meant leaving your cart behind. Cart. Boom. And you and you. All y'all. And now this guy. You were right in that this, despite being a longer route for sure, is ultimately safer. There are crystals around, and you do need to move around them, but doing so here is much easier than trying to do so over the lakes, where you could have possibly fallen into the water.
How much has changed?
A lot!
It'd be just like, I don't know, everything? Like, has this place been totally rebuilt in the checks notes 500 years?
Well, the layout of the streets is more or less the same. It seems like at some point there may have been a kind of like reworking of the back streets in some areas, but the main thoroughfares are almost exactly the same, other than a mix of older and newer buildings. Some buildings you recognize, which is kind of wild, but then others are entirely new to you. The streets are silent, and that has almost never been true in your experience. For the royal city to be this quiet is really strange. Obviously, there are now crystals growing over practically every surface that you see in front of you, minus the brickwork itself. Trees, grass, any kind of, like, shrubbery, moss, has little crystalline structures poking about it.
Any life, any vegetation? Do these small crystals seem to pose a threat?
Not particularly.
Mordred's like, here. Are these dangerous?
You wouldn't want to walk over them. But if you mind your step, they don't seem to... They do not lash out at you like the larger spires do.
Well, ringing any bells for anyone else?
Ron kind of like hides, making himself small in the cart because he's scared that the guards are gonna. A friend and Run's experience with big cities is they don't like them.
I mean, Rust Bucket / Bartholomew, it is there. I would say that there is a spark of familiarity here.
Yes, but where did everybody go? I mean, I remember these streets very... maybe not vividly, but... it's all different. It's all... very gray.
I think...
Oh, gone.
Oh, go. No, you go.
From where we are at this entrance, looking up, can we see any, like, smoke pillars? Like, possibly someone using a chimney, fireplace, anything like that? Basically just showing life.
Right above you, like, in the vicinity of the city? No. You do see the familiar daily smoke trails from where you would understand to be the edge of the lakes.
You know, if anyone would know anything about what's going on in here, it would probably be those at the university. I mean, they've probably done some study on whatever these crystalline structures are. I'm sure if we head there, there'd be a dearth of information for us to find and to utilize.
Lead the way.
Yes, quite.
I think I'd always assumed this is what the city would be like if we were ever invaded. Just no one.
you continue to pull the cart behind you.
Yeah, I think so. As much as is safe. If the crystal density gets such that our donkey is a threat, I think we can find some shelter to post them up.
Here on these inner streets, it gets a little more tricky. I would say if you want to take it slowly, then you don't need to roll, but if you want to move quickly, that will require some rolls.
I don't think we're in a rush. Any dissenting thoughts?
No.
We'll keep it slow.
Certainly.
I wouldn't want to leave Pater behind.
Speaking of, there is the kind of soft metallic sound of the clinking of old rusty armor as he shifts. And Pariah, if you are watching him, would you like to be watching him?
Sure.
You can watch as his heart begins to thump, 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 thump back into, from stillness into a steady rhythm. And his eyes begin to open.
Good morning to you. How are you feeling?
He seems to, take a moment, take stock of himself. Better, I guess. Yeah. Yes, I suppose this is better than... Ugh, damn.
Well, welcome to the Royal City.
What? His eyes go wide again, and he pokes his head up over the side of the cart.
Hi.
What manner of group are... He, scrambles up. Is the Zweihander, on, nearby, or is someone keeping
Oh,
it?
Mordred's got it.
Okay, Mordred's got it. He looks as though he scrambles as if looking for a weapon, but he has none.
Relax, relax. We're not there to hurt you. Hell, we helped you.
Kind of.
Mostly.
It damn well hurt in the moment.
Well, dying does that to a person.
I don't know what pain feels like.
Thank you, friend.
He glowers at you. Okay,
I know what emotional pain feels like, though. That's new to me.
Why did you bring me here? Why?
Because you're Mordred's friend?
You... How do you all know the ox?
He's over there.
Mordred is in full view down the road, just inspecting the interior of this tent, I wonder what's going on in here.
Want me to go get him?
This person looks torn between... There is a moment where they look like they could just bolt. Like they're about to run.
I think the ox is Pater like peering over the side of the cart?
Yes.
The ox is gonna like look back and see Pater's like, oh, and start walking back this way.
Oh, here he comes. He's coming.
Peter just sinks back down.
See, well, he was looking a bit pale.
He's
Alive again.
Oh, that's good.
he doesn't like us.
Shocking.
And I like come around the back. Pater? Is that you?
It really is you,
You look like you've seen a good 30 or so years since last I saw you, I think.
then. Right. Well, last you saw me, I was putting a knife between your shoulder blades, so...
So that wasn't a dream.
No.
Is this yours or your attacker's? Gestures to the Zweihander.
It was bloody Ragnar's.
That makes sense. They'll take out the snakeskin gift. They'll take out the dagger, the basilisk dagger.
By the basilisks, you still got it. Why do you
Was-
have that?
I was buried with it.
Bastards.
It was an odd thing to leave. I thought I was being mocked by an assassin.
Ox,
Well.
I cannot tell you how damn sorry I am, and it
long pause. I think Ox will hold up a hand to kind of like stop Pater's apology somewhat. And will take off their helmet to try and make themselves look a little less imposing. And also expose the fact that they are a corpse, like very, very plainly, but I guess no different than Pater is, really. I'd like to talk about it. I'd like to know why that happened. But even in the dream, there was something about all of that. Something about that night many things about that night that I don't understand. If that is... I think is also still, like, mind is racing now to try and remember clearly that dream the first time they died, so that they can even remember the details of that night that they had since forgotten.
I can do my best to fill you in, but...
Which weapon would you rather bear? And extends the dagger and the Zweihander.
Neither.
I'll take them both if you wouldn't. If you want none of it, I'm sure we can find you something along the way.
I want to be done with all of this.
Then by all means, you don't have to come with us.
The guilt on his face speaks to the otherwise. Why are you here?
Satiating a small grouping of curiosities, I think, more than anything else. We found a group of survivors out west in calling themselves Last Bastion. You remember Malu Abbey, it's to the west of there. They're in some dire straits. They're in some distress, but they've managed a dwelling yet here. They mentioned the city was impassable, but I wanted to see it another time. One of our companions is from the universities and is hoping it may help jog some of his memory, and another of us is simply curious if they've been here before at all. It's we're all revived as well.
And sentimentals, it seems.
Well, frankly, I'm not sure what else we do. After all of this, I was considering going back to Last Bastion to see how it could help.
Sounds like you.
It's a little rude, but I don't disagree with you. Can't do nothing. You know me enough. You had quite a fright on location. Is there something in the area that we should be aware of? Ragnar, I suppose. So he's also a revived?
He's walking and talking and breathing like you and I. He's that.
And why were you quarreling?
Well, seeing as they sent me to prison for what I had done.
Or what? Oh, No, that makes sense in
Killing.
retrospect, doesn't it?
If I had known it was you, I wouldn't have done it.
Who did you think you were stabbing? And for whom?
They were whispering in my ear about a traitor, about an
This
inside.
is the day I'm going to need a lack of pronouns.
Ragnar.
It's been 500 years and my memory isn't incredible.
Yeah, I'm seeing that now. I think here. Nope. Where is? There we go. He gets up and like moves closer to lean on the back of the cart. And says, "Ox, don't you remember? Ragnar and the Abyss. I don't know how much you knew, but clearly it was too much. They were whispering in my ear about someone being from the other side of things, being a rat. I thought I was dealing with a problem. Ox, they were setting me up.
No, I understand. I think there was more of our duty along the same lines that even I was properly aware of. You know what? Became of the prosecutor.
Oh, Ninvala. She... With you dead and myself being imprisoned, the last I knew, she became very despondent. She stepped down from her duties.
So just us unlucky sods. Alive again to walk the earth in its final days, eh?
If Linvala's here, I know not how. I've seen Ragnar. If Ragnar's up, he's always been the Abyss's guard dog. So,
Not a very well-trained one at that. Or maybe alarmingly well-trained. Hard to say.
she's got him wrapped up in machinations too large for his idiotic brain to comprehend.
Have you seen her? Is she arrived as well?
Not in the flesh, no, but Ragnar was speaking as if she is about.
I guess we should visit the cathedral then. Hey. As I said, you are not obligated. If this is, as I have heard from others, this is the end of things, spend it doing something you believe in. Whether that be, I don't know, fishing, fighting, going to help. I hear there's a camp, somewhat between Bricken Mill and Mallew Abbey, south of the lake, that seem to have need of sellswords and zealots, although they seem very modern. There was a man we met from there who still seemed accustomed to the ways of witches, but in a sense that I did not grasp.
Oh, you mean Klaus.
Oh, you've met this man?
Klaus Richter, he's an asshole.
That was the sense we had gotten, yes.
His reasoning is because he doesn't like us much. He says we did a poor job of what we were meant to do back in the day.
Oh, the first order. Interesting. He's yet mortal. He is not a revived.
No. Just has a chip on his shoulder about the way things are now. Thinks that if we had done a better job, it wouldn't be this way.
This is maybe a question for later, of which I had attempted to discuss with my companion somewhat. Do you know what a witch is?
You know,
And in this day and age of the revived and spellcasters and very old things, the difference between us and this witchcraft.
after the way I was treated by the Abbess and Ragnar after your passing, I'm not so sure anymore.
There are things I know to be true, occurrences I remember, things I have interacted with that are undeniably arcane, but the inherent morality therein, I think, is starting to crumble.
You, speaking of, you keep kind of looks back at...
Oh, they're
everyone.
delightful. Honestly, more true friends than I have yet to see in this time. Many of the folks I have encountered are either scared, despondent, harrowed and hollow. And I do not disagree that this is a reasonable response to the state of the world as it's in, especially if the prophecies are true and it is the end of things. Watch out behind you.
Friend. And he goes back.
I can introduce you as we continue to explore, if you are coming with us. You've given me only dispassionate hems and haws on that point so far.
It's the least I could do.
I will not reject if you choose this to be your penance, but if you were already imprisoned and lived a life dead and revived in guilt, you owe me nothing.
You know, if you think 30 years in prison is bad, being nailed to that tree was so much worse.
I felt it, and I don't know how, and I gravely dislike it.
Winces. Yeah. Even now we share our burdens.
Somehow. Heightened by proximity. I felt it at quite a distance. But only when so close was it agony.
You've always had a way of feeling others' pains.
Maybe if I didn't, I wouldn't be in so much trouble all the time.
Our problem
Alright.
is caring too much, my friend.
Then what is Ragnar's?
Being a limp dick idiot. Turns around.
Let me introduce you to the others. This is Runt,
Gives him a thumbs up.
Runt, hello?
a shapeshifter. He will do things with his body that are deeply distressing.
Looks over his shoulder at you.
I know. Look, we had a long conversation in general. I'm not interested in being unarmed, but this band has traveled together for many nights, encountered several threats to our being, and has yet to disband or turn on one another, and has always been of aid to each other. So, looks are deceiving. Things are very odd. Now you imagine how Klaus gave me as much of a look. I strangely, gestures to their own visage before putting their helmet back on. I am somehow seen as normal by most of the individuals we have met along the way, and I do not understand it.
The run takes off. You're gone, please.
You've got most of your self in check, though. I'm sorry, but they did a bad job of sealing your tomb.
Apparently. Well, someone cracked it back open, presumably.
At some point.
Anyway, this is Runt.
He offers him a half-eaten ration.
Weirdly enough, it's almost as if he remembers, oh yes, now that I'm not in horrible, horrible pain, he actually accepts it.
This is the first time someone's accepted it. He doesn't know what to do with himself.
Just gives a polite gives a polite nod and actually starts eating slowly.
He's excitedly I think he has 2 or 3 more that are just all half-eaten, so no one else touches them that he doesn't want to. He just starts pulling them out, and then you're free to offer him to someone else.
Continuing along, this is Pariah.
A pleasure to finally meet you.
Peter, nice to meet you as well.
Another of the First Order.
Ah, wonderful.
What armor is Ragnar wearing nowadays? I've noted that you've gotten a new overhaul. Were you buried in this, or did you find it afterward?
No, this was something I found. Once you're imprisoned, you lose all status.
It looks so thin.
Well, it probably is, seeing as you had the sword stuck through your gut for the longest time.
No food, no water, no nothing. Does things to a guy.
Oh, I meant the armor, but yes, you could use to gain a few pounds also.
It's, I assume it's, from later generations. It was just something I found lying about. It seems as though the mining operation slowed down after a certain point, but I haven't pieced it all together yet.
Pariah speaks to another god with irregularity. And has been on this journey for some time and has no memory of her past life.
That is correct. Sums it up pretty well, I suppose.
Pater has a look on his face like he just doesn't know what to say to any of them.
Ox is going to turn and like face directly at Pater with emphasis and just go, Pariah is, other than me, potentially the sanest person in this group.
That's also somewhat the word for it.
Alright, I'll...
Just setting expectations.
The bar is really low.
Everyone is well-meaning. Oh, it's not a hierarchy. There, alright. Onward.
Eyebrow, but just kind of tips,
Friend,
does like a polite bow as he passes you, Pariah.
She'll give a slight curtsy.
Friend Bartholomew, our corpse rises again.
Bartholomew is notably walking away.
Walking to the university. Right. Here, let's catch up with Bartholomew. We'll, like, hike back to help drag the cart forward.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it is not a set piece that I can move easily, so just imagine.
Yeah.
Pretend.
Friend, are you well?
I'm playing the corpse game. Me and Rud were playing the corpse game. I won.
Good job. We need to move.
What? Oh.
Bartholomew's getting away from us.
Are we done playing the corpse game, friend? Are we done playing the corpse game, Run? Oh, okay, we're doing another round. We're doing another round.
Just...
Hung out, just like to the side of his face.
That's friend. He is made of bones and doesn't have a strong concept on his own corporeal form.
I suppose I would lose my sense of self too if I lost all my flesh.
Makes sense to me. And this is Bartholomew.
Alright, if X approaches affinity, does that mean that Y stabilizes?
Kind of like
No.
elbows Ox and says, "You got one of those things working?"
We've been told this before by someone else. So this is we've been told this is some kind of device made for Rickdoma during the war, but in it is housed the mind of a previous professor from the Rickdoman University.
Huh.
We don't know how it works. He doesn't know how it works, and he is in inconsistent denial of the fact that is the reality of the situation.
I'm afraid I genuinely cannot elucidate more than I've seen a scrap heap full of them.
That would be pretty distressing to look at. I wish to do so at least once.
Well,
I still
we're headed the right way, so.
Thanks. I was to give all the updates. I was married with Thorn as well.
Makes sense.
And so am continuing to carry her, and she is still as mad as ever. I think she's more mad that I woke up than I was dead. I'm curious whether that is just rambling to Pater, whether Pater actually believed that was alive or not.
I think to Pater, it's always been sort of one of your quirks that you have given Thorn this like mean attitude. Because what he does know is that, wow, it sure does. You sure do get cut by that blade a lot more than the blade you used before. Must be real sharp. But you talking about it as if it has a will of its own is
Ascribing
sort of like,
a personhood to it.
Yeah. Yeah, it was always a keen blade.
Sharp as ever. 500 years did not dull her edge. What of the witches? Are you aware of any developments?
Frankly, I don't Perhaps it's just that I haven't been so far out yet, but I have not seen anyone that I would have in the past described as a witch.
Maybe we should head north after clearing through the city, if we are afforded the chance. See what has been made of the wood.
If any are left, they're there.
This is not something I think I would have ever told myself in my previous life, but I'm desperate to speak to one.
If they wouldn't smite you on the spot.
We'll get to that bridge when we come to it. I think if anyone knows what's going on here, it's either them or the abbess. So. May be able to elucidate the picture. Bartholomew, is Bartholomew still just like doing math verbally?
Yes. If we assume continuity over the integral should.
It's going to tap Bartholomew on the shoulder. Bartholomew, Rust Bucket, are you alright?
Yes, give me one moment, please. I'm in the middle of some very important calculations.
Alright, I'll leave you to it. Anyway. They're not in a rush. You do what you need to do.
You do you, buddy.
I think you see he's holding like an imaginary pen and paper, and is like in the tiniest writing something.
Mordred never did quite get to the mathematics portion of education, just the reading, writing, and law. How long are you gonna continue doing? I think Mordred will let you sit and keep fucking jawing with Pater until you have until you are.
Oh no, you misunderstand. Finished. I'm walking and doing that simultaneously.
Oh, excellent. Then yeah, we'll just keep following you then.
Yeah.
You can
just muttering.
I'll introduce you when it's convenient. Like I said, math professor trapped in the body of a device.
Game over. We're moving.
And I was gonna say, like, Runt eventually just like taps out because he stops breathing, and it's not fair because his friend doesn't need to breathe, and he gets really upset about it.
Yeah, like I think the corpse game is trying to be the corpse for the longest, and Friend always wins because Friend doesn't need to scratch themselves or have any physical desire to move at all,
Just
or
like
need
a large
to move.
puff of air, like no fair, Friend dead.
I'm good. No, I'm good. I'm good.
And he's
I win.
He's a very sore loser, and he starts going. Speaking of which, has anyone taken note of the bodies just kind of littered around everywhere?
It's a body?
There is indeed a small handful, but notably there is the body of seemingly a guard that has become completely covered by crystal.
I think Friend wants to harvest his body instinctively.
How similar? Well, it's covered in crystal. Watch out. Is the armor these guards are wearing similar to what Pater's wearing?
It is closer.
Closer, but not there yet. Okay.
Are there physical bodies being turned to crystal, or are they just impaled by this crystal?
So, by the appearance of the body, it does seem that their visage, their flesh, has become like a crystalline version of itself. Like, it has completely taken over the flesh of this person. And they are now, like, statuesque inside of the armor.
Oh, that's so cool. Runt looks at this, looks at Friend, and he, like, taps at its, like, foot. Rock bone!
Rock? But I can't use rocks.
I think there may not be much bone in there for you to take, my friend, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Can I pull a leg off and find out? Does it just snap off?
Do you attempt to touch this body?
Yeah, sure, why not?
Oh no.
You need to make an agility test.
Alright, let's see.
Can I give advantage by whipping around and saying something kind of insane?
You know what? Yes.
Okay.
I typically wait for something insane.
What do I want to say?
I would not touch that until further investigation is done, my friend. The crystal itself could encode some sort of life form inside of it and evolve. We have not done enough testing on it as of yet, so I would not touch it, please.
It was definitely insane to run because he didn't understand a word of what you just said, but... 18. With advantage.
An 18 is definitely enough. You do this, and the crystal sticking out through the armor, like, shink tries to, like, spear you, but you are ready to move when it does.
Rockbone, not nice! And he, like, throws the rock at it.
Yes, you have to understand that the ladder structure is self-replicating, and the growth rate, we understand, must follow some kind of recursive geometric progression.
You're saying all these words to someone that can count up to 3.
He is, like, he's listening to you. He is. He doesn't understand a single thing you're saying, and he's, like, doing the eye roll thing where he's confused, and he just eventually falls over. He just doesn't know what to do with himself.
Well, suffice it to say, these things are untested and therefore dangerous, so I would please, be careful until, I don't know why it's all out here. It should have been kept in the laboratory, but such is life. Continue there and see what the other professors have to say.
That gets an eye raise.
Yeah, for sure. Are you familiar with this substance? So, have you encountered this before?
Well, I mean, we've been testing on it, of course, trying to understand it, trying to,
Go back, do not say of course, because this is an entire thing. What do you mean that you know this?
It's potentially an entire living thing. It's, we're a bit uncertain about it as of yet, but...
Is no one else baffled by this?
Who is the we in this? So you and the other professors.
Well, yes, of course.
And testing it, the crystal.
Yes.
On... For what? What kind of test?
Well, to understand its properties, of course. I mean, it's a very bizarre structure. It's, I mean, none of our models could really understand it. It kind of... I don't know quite how to describe it. I'd have to find my notes again. I'm sure they're somewhere in my study. It'll further elucidate and I'm sure that, in my absence, they have figured out more about it, and all will be well.
This doesn't exactly fill me with confidence.
I think we need to see the university. How much how does the city look to when you last remember it, Bartholomew?
Everything looks relatively the same. I mean, wait. No, it doesn't.
minus all the crystal, at least.
There are there is some I have some familiarity. It's a little different. I don't remember this building over here, but I'm sure it was here, and my memory must just be failing me, of course.
How about as we move along to the university, you point out what you do or do not remember?
I remember, oh, Jonah. We're in the city. I have to find Jonah. He has to be here somewhere.
You need to go home first?
Yeah, you can kind of tell that thought kind of subsumes him. And he starts just kind of like scanning and trying to like figure out where he's at before he starts moving again.
Absolutely. If I may, can I call for we'll say 15 to 20 minute break?
Yeah.
Sure.
Alright. Then, we will be back at, 9:10? 9:10?
Yeah.
Okay.
When we get back, can I talk to you in the corner?
Yes.
Okay.
Alright, be right back.
Sounds cute.
Unpause the recording real quick.
Okay.
So,
Yes. Yeah, so I didn't really think too much about that. I just thought like, oh, that'd be a super cool twist, wouldn't it?
mhm.
But I don't know what you have for the crystal stuff.
So, I'll be honest with you, seeing as you are taking initiative. Not a lot.
Okay.
Not anything specific. So if you want to have some ability, some ownership, to like some knowledge, I will 1,000% let you have it.
Okay. Okay. Then I'll just say right now, my thought is, whatever this shit is, either was accidentally on purpose or was found and it's getting out is also accidental.
Mhm.
I don't think there was any like malice behind it.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to think like, you know, at what point also does this character fade? Because I don't know how much more of this we have in front of us, but I know
only
we're
a
getting
couple of sessions.
Yeah, I know we're getting to the point where it's like we're at the city and he's gonna find out things that he's not gonna be thrilled about.
Mhm.
So, okay.
One quick question I have for you is, do you still intend to go to the university? Is that a thing that you would like to really try and do?
My character has two goals, which is find Jonah, which is not completable,
Right.
and go to the university. So he probably will want to like head home and also go to the university. I don't know what order that's going to be in, to be honest.
That is fine. I'm just making sure that I have enough here for us to work with. Because I never know what exactly you're all going to do. great. No, okay, yeah, in that case, I don't have any further, like, pryings or questions or, like, anything to, like, I like the direction you're taking with this.
Okay, and I'll try to keep it very vague also, like, yes, I know stuff about this, but I think the how and the why and all of that will probably still be unreachable.
Gotcha. Sure, certainly. Let me get back to a certain place so that I can... Here we go. Alright. Feeling good? Feel ready to rejoin the others?
Yeah, thank you for letting me do this wild, crazy shit.
Of course. I love it. I live for it. You saying out of pocket shit makes for good shit.
Well, that's like most of what I do, so good. All right.
See you on the other side.
Yep.
Watch it. We should watch it. Caroline, restart Anime Club.
Oh boy.
Oh, damn it.
Back at
I
it again.
I can't say what I was gonna say then. Sucks.
Sobs.
Alright. Last I knew, we were actually heading towards the residential areas of the city.
Yes, following Rust Bucket.
I will say right now, I don't have like a whole
That's
other
fine.
neighborhood set up.
All good.
So what you see in front of you,
That's currently what we get.
a little bit, yeah.
To be honest, this map looks really cool.
It does look really cool.
I'm okay with this.
As you move along these quiet city streets, you do see a few more unfortunate bodies, skewered and crystallized, turned to, I mean, like, glimmering statues, either on the ground, or reclined in some way, masks in faces of despair. As you walk the residential areas of the city, a lot more actually becomes more and more recognizable. It is clear that these areas, these homes, these houses, remain older than the more central businesses, and, like, offices, put loosely. Pariah. At one point walking down these streets, there is the facade of a building that, when you see it, you feel like an echo of yourself. Suddenly you're not Pariah, you're someone. You're not exactly sure who, but you know that it must be a you from a different time.
I think she stops for, like, slows to a stop. Looking at this building, is it just a residential building? Is it like a business?
It's a nice home. It has a metal gate in front of it. What was once probably a well-kept garden, that is now overgrown with little crystals. Yeah.
If
It has... Oops, sorry.
Sorry. If I pull out the mirror and look at it, I still look like myself.
You still look like Pariah. You're still wearing your makeup. But there's also this feeling of you know what you look like without the makeup on now.
This might be a silly ask. Is it alright if I catch up to all of you at the academy later?
I don't see a problem with it. If you see someone in big armor like myself and Peter, run before asking questions.
I can do that.
Be safe.
I will do my best, Rand.
Huh.
I just want to check something out.
Excuse me. And she's gonna test, like, the gate itself to see if it's unlocked.
Yeah. It swings open. It creaks as it does. The metal is clearly gotten old.
I think she'll go in.
Absolutely. I would like to come back to you in a moment.
Absolutely, take your time.
The rest of you continue.
If it may sound weird, I think you haven't actually piqued Friend's curiosity, and would you be opposed if Friend kind of snuck off the cart and
You wanna
started
come with?
started following Pariah? Yes.
Fuck it, let's do it.
Yeah.
So,
Of course, Friend does not announce that he is following you. After you have gone in through the gate, Friend just starts kind of wandering without telling you.
Absolutely fine by me.
certainly. And I will not, unless you want to realize that Friend is there, I will just let that happen, if you want to let that happen.
Totally fine with that.
Alright. The rest of you, two fewer, but also one gained, weirdly enough. Continue down the street. Mordred, you also get this sense of familiarity, like you have walked down this specific street before. In fact, you've walked down the street before with someone, but it's faint impressions. Bartholomew, you feel like you know, like you walk down this street and you know exactly where your former residence would be. And you make it there. You make it to just outside of another wrought iron gate. A nice looking, like, brick facade. Garden overgrown with crystal.
I don't think he really hesitates. Like, this is his home. So he goes in, he opens the front door, and...
Jonah, are you here? I'm finally home from university, my love. I would love to see you and kiss your face.
You open the door, and as you do, your tinny voice echoes through completely empty rooms. Your voice bouncing off of the walls with nothing to fetter it.
Oh, there's like no furniture or anything?
None. This is an empty house.
I think Rust is really taken aback. And he just kind of is like,
Well, where is all of our stuff?
and we'll kind of investigate the house.
Yeah.
Very confused. And I think he's still calling out for Jonah as he does.
Mm-hmm. Your voice continues to like rebound in a way that you are not used to. I mean, when you lived here, this place was full of, you know, cozy, family handed down furniture and tapestries and bookshelves. But now it is almost like a shell. The closer you look, the more you inspect, you see signs that things that continue to like spark and jog your memory. The time that you had to move yet another enormous bookshelf in here because you had so many books that it was necessary, but as you did, you know, there's a flaw in the wall, a bump where you had lost a little control of the shelving. There are scratch marks in the floor from moving your chair back and forth from where it sat in the same spot for so many years. There are signs of both you and Jonah walking between different rooms, the footpaths still practically worn into the floorboards. But everything else is gone.
I think his first thought is he's left me. And I think, unlike before where he would just kind of disappear, you see like a very human reaction of like, deep sorrow, where he grabs the wall and just kind of like, he can't physically cry, but he is making the sounds of crying and kind of like crumples into the floor, just completely distraught because he has no idea what's happened or why his husband would leave him.
As you crumple, eyes looking to the ground, there is something wedged right between the two floorboards you were looking at.
I think it takes him a while to even pull it out. But he does.
It is a thin, old slip of paper, and it is so weathered that when you try to, pinch the corner and pull it out, you have to do it very slowly and very carefully. You can feel that it would tear if you did otherwise. When it's finally free, this little square of paper has has a drawing on it. And you recognize this as one of Jonah's sketches. And for the first time in a long time, you see yourself. You see yourself through the eyes of Jonah. Somehow it has managed to survive all this time.
I don't even know if anyone's in this house with me, but I think it takes Rust a long time to even get back up, first of all. And I think he just spends a long time looking at himself, looking at the drawing and wishing that he could remember other sketches that he had done, that Jonah had done. Sitting in the... It's interesting. I think he has the briefest thought of, like, I am sitting in a shell of a body, sitting in the shell of a house.
Mm-hmm.
And that moment passes as quickly as it comes.
I think having followed you to the area at least, it's around then that Mordred would peek in to find you. Did you find what you were looking for?
There's nothing here.
And you... Hopefully that came through. There's a very weird slowness to his speech.
I suppose not. You okay?
He's not here.
Seems there's not much.
He just repeats that a couple times. And I think you can see he's like still holding the paper very clearly in both hands.
Did you find something? What did you find? Anything of importance?
Me.
And he holds it up for you to look at.
Oh. This is what you look like?
He just kind of nods, and I think you see like this really very, very sketch-like angular face, with really curly hair, and just kind of a goofy smile.
Should hold on to this.
There's nothing left for me here.
I think you will not be the only one coming to that realization as we continue exploring.
I don't want to continue. I don't think I can.
Your choice to make. But if you stay behind or go your own way, I'll miss you. Ox will hand the drawing back.
He takes it. Hand kind of slumps back onto the floor. Loud.
Yeah.
I'm going to see if I can find where I used to live. Feel free to accompany me if you'd like to.
Before you step away, Rust, I think he simply just says,
I didn't mean to. You have to believe me. None of us knew.
Didn't mean to what with the crystals?
I don't know what happened, but I don't remember. But we couldn't have meant for this. I'm not a bad person.
Are you interested in helping fix it?
Fix? Do you think we can?
Only thing you can do is try. It's an insurmountable task, but the only way to start is by trying. You can see what's back at your... You said you had laboratories back at the university? Start running your tests again.
Nothing can stop it.
Well, nothing we know of yet. At least nothing you know of.
I don't know you, but you must listen. Nothing can stop it.
I don't believe you. You might believe you. but I don't believe that that is true.
And I think whatever moment of clarity he had is gone.
Mm.
And you just kind of see him looking about his empty house and just kind of quietly saying, like, Jonah, where did you go?
I'm gonna come back later. I think Ox will exit to find go looking for where they used to live.
In the meantime, I'd actually like to come back to Pariah now. Followed by
Friend
Fred.
has not yet made his appearance. He will make his appearance when necessary.
When it's comedically timed, perfect. That is so fine by me.
Pariah. You enter this home. Surprisingly, when you come up to the door, it's just unlocked. Peering inside, it is both familiar and not. The furnishings here are not what you remember. The items on the walls, all of the belongings, everything is clearly that of someone else. But you know this layout. You have memories of spending time in the kitchen, going up and down the stairs. There's a little nook with nice tall windows facing where the sun can shine in. And you've sat there and read so many times. And you remember that you did not do this alone. Someone lived here with you.
I think she's kind of like standing in one of the rooms, like just looking around. I think even though, like you said, the things hanging on the walls don't look familiar, I still think she's looking if there's like a portrait of any kind.
Yeah. The longer you look, you realize, wait, no, some of these things are familiar, just not everything. You do recognize a kettle still sitting out on a table now, absolutely covered in dust, but you used that kettle. Maybe 1 in every 5 paintings on the wall was actually one that you had personally picked out and hung up. And a handful of them are portraits from faces you recognize, but you don't remember why or how. I mean, it only makes sense that maybe these have been passed down for generations? Or there's something else going on. If you go up these stairs to the bedrooms,
She will.
you see kind of more of this, of for everything you don't recognize, there's tiny elements of you and your life left behind. There's actually a dressing table that, when you see it, you not only remember sitting at it and brushing your hair, doing your makeup, you remember your hand mirror sitting there.
I think she'll go to it, and I imagine that there's like a little stool to sit on. And she'll sit down and place that hand mirror where I imagine she would always put it. And just kind of stare at it to see if anything comes back, because this is some of the only times that she's been able to really recognize something. Everything has been so blank before. So I think she really wants to try and like focus in to see if anything comes back.
You sit down and you put down the mirror and you look into the larger mirror. And as you do, the room behind you shifts, changes, becomes again more familiar. And you know this to be you and your husband's room. And from somewhere behind you, just off to the side, with a smile, a man puts his hands on either of your shoulders and kisses your cheek from behind, and tells you, "You look lovely."
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Perfect. It.
Ooch.
She just turns in her seat, expecting to see her husband and seeing friend instead, and just of course.
Hi.
Hello.
I saw you come around here.
Yes, You did not want to go with the others.
Sitting in a cart is boring.
Hmm.
Right? You went into a big house.
I did. Do you
I wanted
like
to see-
it?
Yeah, it's big. It's like, with all these with all these big reflective surfaces, like water, except it's not water, and it's like hard, but you can still see yourself in it. It's really cool, and like
Yes.
stuff. Really, it's like all this like dusty stuff though.
Hmm.
Is
It
this
is-
your home?
It used to be.
Oh,
Long time ago.
oh. A lot of people go into their old homes. Old homes now. Rust Bucket went to his, and then he just back in brick mill
Brick and mill,
thing.
yes.
Brick and mill, yeah. Then he Then he got all quiet and just looked around and was all like, I think the word he used was like sad or longing, something like that.
I can say both of those being accurate, yes.
You look just like him.
I look like... Oh, that I look like I'm also sad and longing.
Yeah.
I've heard worse things called to me. I do not know how long I've been gone from home. Nor do I remember much about it, but it feels nostalgic.
Hmm. Do you think everybody has memories they've forgotten? Everyone seems to have forgotten things.
Yes, I just think we are special cases.
I think friend is. 1 second.
Go on.
Is Pariah putting up any mask to like how they're feeling?
Yes.
I think friend is gonna, for the first time, try and not trust somebody
Okay.
Okay.
I'm gonna omen.
Okay.
Getting a good roll here. And I don't know, presence 12. I don't know what that gets me, but
if you want to do an opposed check, Pariah?
I'm gonna say no, because I want Friend to succeed on this. I think
Okay.
that's more interesting this way. It's... Pariah's always been more or less the type to just kind of take things as they come. Just like, okay, yeah, this is happening now. Sure, whatever. She's afraid. I think the biggest thing is she's just really anxious, but is trying her best to just kind of like push that out of the way. Is trying to hold a conversation so she doesn't have to talk about actually how she's feeling, which is why it's just kind of flippantly doing everything else. It's different than how she has been. And you can just get that.
There's this thing that Runt says I'm not supposed to do, that his family told him that he's not supposed to do. That when you're thinking something and you're not saying it when somebody asks you, that you're not supposed to do that. I don't. So I try not to do it, but I don't know usually when people are doing it.
What do you mean?
Are you doing it right now? Are you not saying something that you do? Are you pretending? Are you... lying. Lying, that was the word he used.
And if I say yes?
Then I'll want to know what you're actually thinking. Because you're not supposed to lie. That's not what you're supposed to do. Otherwise, Runt says lie hurt. Lie hurt people. And lie hurt people who lie. Sorry, I'm pretending we had this conversation, Runt.
Don't be, you did Runt justice.
Runt wisdom.
And I think she just like stops and sighs and turns back into her seat to like look at herself in the giant mirror again. I've stopped counting how many times I have died. Every time I come back, something else is gone.
You come back more broken?
In a sense. While I look physically the same, I look physically alive compared to some of our other companions. I do not know who I was before my first death. I do not even know my name. I took on the name Pariah because someone called me one.
Is a pariah a good thing? Do you like that name?
I hate it. But if you don't have anything else to call yourself, what do you call yourself?
Something good?
And what good is
I'm
that
French.
about me?
I mean, you're a friend. But I mean, you can't be friend because I'm friend. You're weird. You could be weird, and that's good.
Is that a good thing?
I'm weird. I'm good.
I suppose.
You can be... Run's better at naming. Run's better at naming people than me. I don't know a lot of good words or names.
Neither
You
am
want
I.
Run?
Which is why I stuck with the one that I have now.
But if you have a bad name and it makes you feel bad, then you should letting it make you feel bad. Then you'll be broken. Then I'll break you, like Rust Bucket said. Some things will. It'd be bad if you were broken.
I do not mind having it, per se. It's... Do I like the name? No. But it is temporary. Because one day, and hopefully one day soon, I will die for the last time. I'm tired of waking up. And I am scared. I've forgotten everything. I've forgotten the reason why I want to die so much. All I know it is there. But I do not know why. I know this probably makes no sense to you. And that is fine. But that is my reality. I worship a god that does not really talk to me.
When Rust Bucket was talking about family, I wondered about my family, and I got this weird feeling, like a feeling I didn't understand. And then Rust Bucket said it was something called like sadness and longing. Seeing you saying that makes me feel sad.
Yes, it is sad.
But I don't want to be sad. Why do you? Why be sad?
Because what is there to be happy about?
I know what I need to be happy about. I don't know what you need to be. It's confusing.
If I find that answer, you will be the first to know. Come. And she's gonna stand up from the stool, take back the hand mirror, and just kind of pocket it again. Would you like to help explore the rest of the house with me?
Okay.
Good. Come on. And Priya will take friend around the house. And if she recognizes like any specific room or like any specific memory, she'll point it out and like speak about it.
There are many little ones all around you. You also know that there is an attic space and a basement.
I think she's more curious about the attic first. Of just like old storage. Because that's more likely, if things look like this has been like generations, that's the more likely place to have like things that she would have possibly had.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Little ones?
Little memories.
Oh, okay.
Just like walking down the hallways, chit-chatting with family, friends. The memory you just had, you realize you were preparing for something, getting ready to go somewhere. But aren't exactly sure where anymore. You remember where the hatch to the attic is, and there is a little pull, a draw that you pull on that allows a ladder to shunk, like fall down into place. It is when it does that, a plume of dust absolutely.
Ah. That would work.
It's,
Yeah.
trust me, much more annoying for me than it is for you.
She tries to get it off of his incredibly blood-stained, bile-stained clothes.
Yeah. She'll climb up.
As you climb up, it is very dark up here. There don't appear to be any windows or lights in this particular attic.
Okay. Just shoots back down. Can I try and find like a candle?
Absolutely. There are many.
And a way to light it?
Yes.
Because I do not have a tinderbox.
There are many candles, both in okay condition, some burned down quite far. It doesn't take long to find one that's passable. And you're able to find in one of the drawers a spare lighting implement.
Little matchbook.
Yep.
Yeah. Takes it, lights it, and gonna go right back up.
It's faint, but at least you can see.
Mm-hmm.
And despite how faint it is, you realize pretty quickly as you start pacing amongst all of the items, like, this is where it all is.
Yep.
Um,
Yep.
things that are both very familiar to you in that you used them, you lived with them, but also things that you remember you and your husband storing here. Things older than either of you. We walk along and there's gowns, old chest of drawers, and a chest. A large padlocked chest. Seeing it strikes you as significant. There is something about this chest that nags at you.
You said padlocked.
Mm-hmm.
Is it closed? Like, is it locked?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, friend.
Mm-hmm.
I have a favor to ask you.
Okay.
Could you break off this lock?
Okay. Friend will just take, I guess, the nearest looking metal thing and just like hit the lock.
Sure.
Should I make a check for that?
I think I would like for you to make a strength check.
Okay, that.
So,
I mean, it's gonna be like that's a 21.
Yep. Man,
Yeah,
Friend
that'll
goes
do it.
for it. Friend does such a good job that the, like, hinge part, like, breaks into chunks. Like, it causes a little bit of, like, lock shrapnel to fly up a little bit. But, yeah, the lock falls to the floor.
I'm gonna go ahead and open the chest.
You do. It swings open and another, like, wave of, dust, wafts into the air. The particles caught by, like, the candlelight.
Mm-hmm.
At first, you see more clothes. Although different from the gowns you had seen before, you actually see a white dress. Faded, old, but familiar. You know that lace work. You have worn this dress before on maybe one of the most significant days of your past life. As you continue to look and sift, there are a small handful of books that don't actually immediately strike you as significant. You think, kind of, in that passing subconscious way, like, these must be his.
Mm-hmm.
Towards the very bottom, almost buried amongst the other items, as if intentionally put down past, beyond all these other memories, there is a bundle tied up all together. Very soft fabrics, and a small, simple toy for a young child. And even past that, there is a container. A silvered box with a name inscribed on the front. The name says Josephine.
Oh shit.
What does the box look like?
It looks like an urn.
I think she just slowly picks it up and just sits down on the floor with like her back to the chest itself. And just hugs it close to her chest. Oh, my dear. Continue.
The metal in your hands at first touch is cold, long untouched here in this attic. As you hold it, it takes on the warmth of your body.
By the name alone, do I remember?
You do. It's strange to remember this name before your own, but it is the case. You remember not just the physical pain, but all the emotional pain that came after. You remember the tearful days and nights, your husband trying to do everything in his power to be there for you while he himself is also crumbling. You remember having to put everything back away, not knowing what else to do with it.
Friend, do you see tears?
Hmm? Oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Looting things isn't good, I think. Fred is going to lean down and just kind of look at you, unsure of what to do. Kind of like all handsy, like hands up, like, what do I do with you? This is unusual. How do I stop it? And I think he's just gonna put a hand on your shoulder and kind of shake it, shake it a little bit. Hey, hey.
And she'll just look
What
up
am I
at you
supposed-
wordlessly.
What am I supposed to do here?
I don't know. I'm sorry, I do not know.
Oh. Should I keep doing this?
You can.
Okay.
And I think very similar to just Bartholomew earlier, she just like needs a little bit to just
Mhm.
take all this in.
Absolutely. If it is okay, I would actually like to switch gears to. I just tried to touch it. Just tried to drag around the stream as if that was Tailspire. Where is Ox? Where is my knight? Where have you gone? You are
The
not
knight
here.
in.
Goodbye.
I just thought, Ox, my knight in shining armor.
Mordred. Oh,
Or-
oh.
Oh no, he's been possessed!
Oh god!
It's like, where the fuck?
Put him down!
Alright. I see you. We are following your perspective now.
Oh, he's asleep again.
You have continued to walk down this lane. And eventually, similarly to the other two, you come to a home that you do recognize. But what you also know is that this wasn't your home. It is a home you went to a lot. A home that you were welcome in. It may as well have been something of a second home, but this is not where you stayed. Are you with us, Cole?
I imagine. Oh yes,
Oh,
sorry. I
okay,
just
sorry.
realized my mic was muted that whole time.
Oh.
Yeah. Is it? I assume is any of the stonework the same? Like, is this it's been a few centuries. Like, how much is even recognizable?
It's the same shape. It has a lot of the same, like, details and, like, finishings. But it does look as though parts of the building have been repaired a few times. Some of the brick does look newer, if now slightly frosted by crystals.
Mm-hmm. Not my home. I mean, I suppose I'd imagine Ox spent most of their time in the castle, in duty.
That is a fair assumption.
Did not exactly get time to own property and have a home.
Your few strongest memories do seem to take place in, like, the castle, the garrisons.
Yeah. That makes sense. Well, if only to satiate their curiosity. They're interested in taking a peek.
Same as
Let me in there.
I'll say the non-representative, but
That's fine.
The door swings open. Again, another unlocked door. You walk in and you feel a strange sensation comes over you. You have the urge to... You open the door and come in, but you know that that's not right. That's not the way you do this. You knock on the door, and you wait for someone to answer you, and someone greets you and leads you in. And you have this feeling of, I need to stand up straight. I need to be on my best behavior. There's a proper way to do this.
I think their posture does stiffen somewhat.
As you take in your surroundings, the rooms are familiar but not the same. The layout is mostly unchanged, but the decor is not what you remember to be. A lot of this home in particular, it actually seems as though a lot is in disarray. Things are not where you would think they should be. Books have fallen off of the shelves. There's papers and things scattered around. Some of the furniture's upended. This place is both somehow untouched, but seems as if there was something going on as people took their leave.
I wonder, I think Mordred's going to go into sleuth mode a little bit.
Certainly.
I think Mordred's first assumptions are, I mean, clearly this place was hit by a disaster. If that happened with any amount of haste, people like, is this haste? Is this violence? Or is this someone throwing a tantrum? I think are like Mordred's clearest assumptions.
Certainly. I'll give this to you with just some basic observation, but the answer seems to be closer to haste than anything else. While these interiors remain mostly untouched by the crystal, it's a near thing, as it tends to, like, encroach over the windows. There are long dead plants inside of here that you wonder, you know, were they killed or were they simply left untended and happened to have the safety of the interior that kept them from becoming crystallized?
I think Mordred is actually not interested in staying here much longer. We'll turn back towards the door. Is Pater there?
Yes, when you turn around, Pater is waiting for you. It says, I should have known you'd come back here.
I'm missing a couple gaps since becoming revived in my memory. This was her house. Or her family's, at least.
Not missing as many gaps as you seem to think. You've got about the right of it.
I've got the largest one missing. What was her name?
Oh, Pater, takes a glove, a hand, and is, like, stroking his graying mustache. See, I want to say Sarah, but it wasn't Sarah, it was like Sarah. Oh.
Do you remember the family's name?
The Jewels? The Jewelses?
Are you confident on that?
He grimaces.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't get to know her all that well.
Then one of the places I think I'd like to visit, if given some time, is the city's cemetery. They had enough money. If she died in peace, then it's likely her name was there, though. It could have been changed if she remarried. Oh, remarried.
You say that, and Pater's face suddenly shifts. And he's got, like, a hand over his mouth.
You know something else.
She did remarry.
Whom?
You're not going to like it.
I have a real strong guess, given your current reaction.
It was Ragnar.
Yeah, I figured.
It was Ragnar.
Look, I'm sorry. I
No,
didn't...
If she was happy, then I do not begrudge her this.
I think his face shifts a little more subtly this time.
I don't know if she was, but...
I'll say the only time the last time I got to saw her was at my absolute farce of a trial. I don't know if it's any comfort at all remotely, but you could tell she really loved you. If there's anything I'm the most sorry for, it's that I caused that girl as much pain as I did.
Well, I guess I have something else to talk to Ragnar about now, don't I?
If he'll suffer any talking.
Oh. He'll suffer all right. I think with that, Mordra's gonna give another long look to the interior, just kind of mulling over all of that. We should take a look at the university and the castle. See if Bartholomew's recovered, or... I worry about his acuity. I hope he is not.
You know, control over Peter as well. Just
Dibs.
You have a follower.
All right. Who else had a personal funeral? Back out in the square. Non-canon dialogue.
I mean, Run was following a little butterfly that got crushed by one of the crystals, so he's pretty sad about it.
We'll go check in on Bartholomew at their residence. Still puttering about. How's Rustbucket doing?
Oh. I think you see just a faint light left in his eyes. Clearly still there, but to what degree, uncertain.
We're planning on moving along to other parts of the city, Bartholomew. Do you want to come with, or would you like to stay here?
slowly gets up and just says,
Oh, there is nothing left for me here.
and seems like he will follow.
Hmm. I think Mordred is conflicted as someone who at least feels like they have done an amount of internal grieving for their past love, but understands that they don't know how they would even approach this because they do not want to condemn Bartholomew to forgetting and needing to grieve again and again and again every time they reboot and reset. And as such, just offers silent support and guidance as Bartholomew comes with them.
I don't think he says much. I don't think you even know if it's appreciated.
Yeah. I think we should head to the castle before the university. Maybe find somewhere safe we can make camp for the night. What time of the day is it by about now?
A little afternoon at this point.
A little
Since you were able to get such an
afternoon.
early start. We've only been here for a couple hours.
Cool. Who else is in the square?
I can start heading out.
We're
Up
gonna
to
say
you.
Run probably just stayed with the cart.
Excellent. Anything interesting on our absence, Ron?
And you see he has like half of the donkey's tail in his mouth. He spits it out immediately. Nothing.
You know, we have bigger fish to fry, hopefully, later. Bartholomew, could you do me a quick favor? And Hannah, do the guards' bodies in the square have weapons on them?
Yes, they have basic, like, battle hammers on them.
Could I bother you, Bartholomew, to grab a couple of those for me so that I do not have to go near the crystal?
Maybe he needs some convincing?
I think he seems hesitant.
Would you mind?
But the crystal, it will consume me.
It won't.
Are you certain?
I'm very certain. But it will me if I go near it.
Fascinating. Very well.
He I don't like tiptoes over to it. And slowly like reaches out a hand, and when nothing happens, it's just kind of like,
Oh. Well, that's unusual. Okay. Very good.
and then excuse me, we'll collect Zoa pens.
When taking them from you, you may be afforded greater opportunity to study, given that it doesn't seem interested in you, unlike some of us.
Now, when I hand it over, is the crystalline stuff on it, or no?
No, it doesn't really seem to affect the metal of these mundane warhammers.
Okay.
The Ox will rearm Pater.
Pater takes
And toss in a spare hammer in the cart for safekeeping. Is anyone unarmed yet? Still? Who wants a D6 warhammer?
Technically run, but I don't know what he would do with a hammer.
How many guardsman hammers can we get out of this? How can we loot out of this square?
Roll me a d4.
Hell yeah! Yeet. That's 2, baby.
Yep, you get 2.
All right.
1 goes to Pater.
1 goes to Pater. One will stay in the cart. It's a backup one. It's a backup hammer. I'd be very curious, even if you're not interested in continuing to study your studies, to read your notes, or at least hear what you learned about the crystal in the meantime. Oh, Pariah, friend.
Pariah, do you have the urn still? What did you do with the urn?
I think she left it. Just because that was her home. And she should stay with her home.
Have you... you did some crying. Have you tried to fix up your makeup at all, or just kind of let it be?
I think just let it be.
Friend is just kind of looking at Pariah very pointedly like all the time that they're walking. No, or pointedly, but rather, what's the word? Obviously.
Did you, find something that, jogged your memory? Find out whether you'd been here before?
I lived here. Or I used to. With my husband and my daughter.
Remembered quite a lot, then.
Not everything. Just the important bits.
Do you think it'd be worth writing down? Recording? If we can find a, someplace that keeps parchment in this damn city, I think several of us could use the help.
Maybe. I do not know. I'm sorry.
I think she just wants to busy herself, so she just goes over to the cart and just starts petting the donkey.
Runt kind of walks over to you. He sees your makeup is like kind of run, and like crawls over and reaches into his like one of his many little leather. I don't want to call them compartments, but like under his leather straps, and pulls out the little vial of makeup paint that you gave him. Then he hands it back up to you. Face, fall.
It has a little bit, hasn't it?
Run out.
You know what? Sure. You can have.
And then he like circles up you, just like sitting on your shoulder. And there are shapes on your face.
There are certainly new things.
Your face is not dropped anymore,
Yep.
and that's what he'll be doing.
Incredible.
The castle?
Sure.
Yeah.
Also, to verify, real places in the city, question mark. The Royal Castle, Cathedral, University, Cemetery. Those are all real places, question mark.
Those are all real places. Whether or not I have boards for them is
Irrelevant.
But yes, these are places that do in fact exist.
Cool, okay. Yes. The castle. On stomping grounds. Yahoo. Still not a single other soul in the city so far, right?
None that you found.
Peter, when you saw Ragnar, you met each other in the wood?
Aye, we were coming from opposite directions. I was trying to leave, he was trying to get in.
I wonder if he was buried close to where I was, outside of,
I have a suspicion he's been awake longer than either of us.
Well, hopefully clearly he's not keeping to himself, but I suppose if we see each other, we see each other. Such is the way. I guess if you get turned to crystal, being revived isn't going to help you very much, is it?
I don't want to find out.
I'm gonna tuck that one into the back of the old noggin. Have you seen other revived take their final deaths?
To be frank with you, I just haven't met or seen many other people.
Fair enough.
It was kind of an ordeal just getting out of the the part of the cemetery that the prisoners were buried in.
Sounds like it was probably not a pleasant ordeal.
Just winces.
Like I said, penance paid, my old boy. All right.
You wanna know the funny part?
Absolutely, apparently.
After every bloody ordeal we went through, heart attack.
Really?
Just nods.
Huh. Do you think it was the drinking? Can't be. That's not how that works.
Peter just shrugs.
You know, those apothecaries kept telling us something, and I could not remember what it was. Or just stress. Probably stress.
Could have been anything.
Could have been anything. Well, that might your second death be somewhat more glorious, eh?
Just starts walking back towards the
I think
car.
my humor's gotten darker since becoming a revived. Clearly, more things about me have become relaxed, don't you say?
Though taking this all very much in stride, I am trying.
Hey, I don't have a war to fight anymore. That much is new and novel to me, honestly. It's practically all I knew when I lived here. lived as if I weren't a visitor in my own home, practically.
Pater just kind of grumbles, getting back into the cart.
I think Ox kind of loves being a bit of a shit to their old friend Pater. Alright. Castle forward.
I think
Therefore you are?
that not quite that much.
Okay.
Not yet.
I think I'm trying to figure out, like, there's bits and pieces of your conversation that Russ is picking out, and I think that he grabs the crystal, like just some random ones when we're walking, because he knows he can use it as a weapon.
That's an interesting thought that I...
Is it
So-
breakable? Like, is it brittle?
Do you try, Rust Bucket?
To grab it?
Yeah, to like grab and break a piece off.
Yeah.
You can. In fact, when you do... So, you take, I'm guessing, kind of a long, thin, spiky piece.
Sure.
You break it off, and when you do, the part where it has separated from the rest of the crystal starts to ooze, but as it does, the exterior then, as it's exposed to air, turns back into hard crystal. You are now holding basically a double-sided crystalline spike.
That's so cool.
What do you mean by it oozes?
It...
Is it like blood or like actual ooze?
Like
It's-
honey, I would imagine.
Yes,
Like-
a bit, yeah. Like, it is the same color as the rest of the crystal, what the hell? Crystal, but, when that flat piece is exposed, some of the liquefied crystal drips down into a sharp point and
But,
becomes
like-
hard again.
Kind of like the interior was a resin that hadn't cured yet.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh. Okay. I'll keep that.
It's crazy.
I'll keep that in the back of my mind.
Something you'll have to keep in mind as you're holding it, something, you kind of had the right instinct to be cautious with it. You know that should it come near any of your compatriots, it will try to, like, extend itself outward. You may want to think of a way to, like, contain it or keep it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, would cloth be enough?
Wasn't enough for their armor.
If you can completely wrap it up, and like tightly enough, that might work.
Okay. But even still, it would try to...
There is a chance that should anyone try to get near it or touch it, it will cause problems.
I see. Okay. Well, for the time being then, Rust has made himself like Pariah, and no one should come near him.
Today is like Runt is painting a mini picture of himself on Pariah's face.
Ox sees you do this, Bartholomew, and the gears are turning.
Good. That's all I'm gonna say. Because I think, at least I hope, you had the same thought I just did.
The castle.
I have a question slash concern. Just, would we like to end here on kind of a certain foot, or would we like to continue on a little longer and enjoy some suspense? We don't have a lot of time.
I'm fine with either.
Yeah, I
I
feel
like
good
this.
having velocity going into the next session, knowing where we're going, what we're doing, having some options, etc. But also am down to give it another half hour or so if we've got stuff we want to continue exploring with. We love a cliffhanger too, always.
Mm-hmm.
Wonderful.
I'm down with the cliffhanger.
Alright. Just needed a quick gut check.
Yeah.
With that said, you are able to trundle your way towards...
Oh, sorry. One thing I just really quickly remembered. Sorry, because I forgot because I was enjoying myself. By midnight, at least, I need to be off.
Yes, that was what I was trying to keep in mind.
Yeah, sorry.
No, that's okay.
You're good.
I think we can be done before that. We can definitely be done before that, but it'll just kind of, we'll see where we land with that. Alright. You are able to trundle your way towards the castle gates. Kind of its own separate, grand sweeping path.
Sorry, very quickly related. I'm adding this Vihator to my inventory.
Oh, yes, please do. If it wasn't going in yours, then it was probably going to go in Vader's.
I'm not giving it back.
Yeah, okay. He doesn't particularly want it back, but...
Yeah.
I'll also say this real quick. I also don't actually have, like, an entrance to the castle.
This is fine.
So we'll just... Again, it's a theater of the mind, kind of. It is what it is. As you come closer to, the castle itself, the gates are swung just kind of wide open, and the nearer you get, the more you see the bodies of these guards, just in little awful tableaus, caught trying to run, to escape, fighting long gone phantoms stuck in place. An unfortunate few have even been toppled, crumbled, by who knows what, maybe just the wind, time. Their faces in agonized screams, frozen forever, fractured. Despite this, these macabre tableaus, these statues frozen, the exterior is actually in perfectly fine condition, all things said. Perhaps a bit weather-worn, no one to clean or repair the brick anymore. But nothing is out of place, nothing is out of shape in a meaningful way. Banners still fly, though they're starting to look a little threadbare.
Does Rickdoma still use the same heraldry?
It does. The symbology does not seem to have changed. nor the colors, nor anything that to you says this is Ricktoma. There are heavy doors that also lie completely open, allowing you to see into a long, long hallway that splits off into 1,000 rooms for every type of use you can think of. Is there anywhere in specific you would like to try and go?
Go to the table, baby. Want to see where all the knights used to hang out. Training grounds, barracks, the like. Maybe an armory. Wouldn't mind the armory.
You and Pater know where to go. Pater follows you very closely and seems on edge, does not like being here. As you continue on, you see more of the same. In here, there is not so much crystal, though in some few places it has managed to creep its way through the stonework, through the tiles, through an open window. But being vigilant, it's easy enough to get around. When you reach the sort of hub for your order, the first thing that strikes you is it seems somehow even more untouched than a lot of the other places you've been peeking into as you walk along. It seems as though at some point the table, the documents, everything that you and your squad had worked toward was neglected.
Is there still anywhere like a campaign map tracking that used to track like the incursions into the woods?
There is a stack of maps still sitting in the center of the table. The ones at the top, very dust covered, but when you touch them, you feel that it is, again, all relatively new parchment. And the one under that is older, and the one under that is even older. And as you flip through, you see one that you recognize, but so old as to nearly crumble with your touch if you are not careful.
Well, then we should have always been using vellum, but you know. I think Mordred would hope that others have followed also. I think that this is like, weirdly, this location is something Mordred was hoping to share. If in kind of an odd way, just to like, oh, I want to show everyone where I did stuff and came from. Not that they're particularly giving a tour, but
If others would like to follow, if you have expressed a want for people to follow,
at least an invitation to follow. This is not a secret place, to Mordred at least.
Okay.
Yeah, Runt hasn't done a lot. He hops up out of the cart and follows you.
In the kind of like side rooms and barracks, you say they're like even more more abandoned, so to speak.
It
I think
seems
we'll
as
kind of-
though these rooms got even less use than some of the others past a certain point.
Yeah. And kind of like absent-mindedly to Pater and others around, just like tools for another age, I suppose. I guess this means. Okay, we'll go back to the maps and like kind of presumably like did we win? Did this campaign ever end? Like what became of the conflict that Mordred was instructed to devote their entire life to?
As you flip kind of forward through time, through these maps, the one you were working on, there, something that's notable was something of a stalemate. Although Ricdoma at that point had expanded to basically the entire map except for the Inconquerable Forest, the northmost, densest forest. When you go to the next one, it seems unchanged, and when you go to the next one, you've lost territory. You have noted that a single city at the north has completely fallen. You flip to the next one, and it's even worse than before. Little pockets of disturbances noticed. Monsters reported here. The map has changed to reflect the bursting forth of the worm that then destroyed Brick and Mill. There's very little recording after that.
Seems Ricdoma underwent a few great calamities. Is Pariah around?
Yeah, she could be around if you wanted her to be.
I know you've don't remember too much. Do you remember any of this? The emergence of the worm, the losing these cities to the north? I don't know if the leaders of Ricdoma at that time would be particularly open in communicating that to the denizens of Ricdoma, but seem like rather major events.
Is this something I can remember?
You remember a time of growing concern, but not truly earth-shaking calamitous events.
And I think she just kind of looks up and just shakes her head.
If anything, this makes me want to speak with any denizens left in the wood more so than I do now.
I don't blame you.
Assuming they don't kill me on sight, which
That's the question.
understandable, all things considered. If the basis of my zeal in life was itself at fault, I have many penances of my own. Seems the Forest Order was quite empty. This is another oddity. For you, Pater. You'd met that witch hunter. Did you meet any of who they called themselves Pyre Knights? A Pyre Knight had a little apparatus that produced a gout of flame holding the crystals back.
Oh. Wish I'd seen it.
Sounds like a no. You probably could if you wanted to.
A device that produces flame.
It was quite extraordinary. And another, the witch hunter had pocket thunder. Had this thing that quite a crack, a hell of a sound, and fired some kind of bolt from it. Not like a lightning bolt, like a crossbow bolt, but smaller. I'm not really sure what happened.
Maybe he did have a right to stick his nose up at us.
It didn't hit anything with it, so not sure
Oh.
how useful it actually was. Pariah outshot him 3-1. Well, 3-0, I guess.
Look, nothing better than the old ways. Grips the hammer.
Sometimes. But the knight, the Pyre Knight, she knew my name. Read it in a book.
Well, I mean, sure.
Is this normal?
Your influence. He just kind of like pinches the bridge of his nose. You're far too humble, my friend. You were well known for your abilities. I mean, when everything came out after what I had done, I mean, the mourning for you was no small amount. It was a big deal. You are, while not as beloved as Rick Doma's shining best Ragnar, makes a face. I mean, you may as well have been only one rung below. Damn near they're equal.
I don't disagree with this, but I do dislike it.
Yeah. I'm sorry, friend, but you are loved in your life.
I'd rather be forgotten. But I guess that's not a choice I can make anymore. That's fine. I just hope they did not exaggerate. I'm sure they did. I don't trust... I'm not going to get into it.
I don't know what to tell you. I was persecuted for a crime that I was convinced I needed to do against my best friend. You... puts a hand on your shoulder. Appreciate that you died in... fame and not infamy.
Fair. I'm sure your grave was unfortunately not well taken care of.
Have you ever had to dig your way out of soggy wood?
No.
Good.
I did have to bang on a stone kind of a casket? Not sure what it was. Is in a mausoleum, kind of a shelf. Anywho, I don't think there's actually much more for us to do here.
I'm sorry, but he looks to Pariah and is like, "Oh, get a load of this guy. A mausoleum."
I wish I was that lucky.
About you, bag of bones? How did you...
As the camera pans over, you just see Runt sticking one of like the big helmets that they have on display on like Friend's head.
How did you get up when you reawoke? Bet you had it worse than any of us. Friend, you are muted. Oh, did I?
What I did was too much.
Oh, crap. Come on.
Oh, there we go.
Alright.
You're
We're
here.
going?
Hello.
Okay, good. Shit. Fuck. Friend is a friend is like enjoying having a bunch of metal placed on. Like, oh, this is nice. I'm like rust bucket now. Just oh, I woke up in a hole, and I was in many different places.
Blown to smithereens, then. Sounds about right.
I don't know what that means.
Friend is... Okay, I don't know if we need to explain this, but I'm going to give you the quick rundown. Friend is definitely multiple people.
I'm me.
Like, bits-wise.
Oh.
Like, regularly swaps out skulls, had horse legs briefly. Do you still have horse legs? Is that why you're so tall?
I have one horse leg.
Explains the uneven steps.
Oh, did I hear you right? What the hell's...
I don't know.
And Runt like pulls off Friend's head just to see if it like still works.
Ah! Oh, okay. Oh, can you pull it? Have the hands reach up. Can you put that back? It gets weird when I'm not together. It feels wrong. No, no, I can't. I can't see my body. I don't know where I'm going. Where's my body, Runt?
Runt looks at Friend, looks at the head. Now Runt wing corpse. And he like goes,
No, no, this isn't fair.
I did
like,
not
not
think that
fair.
I didn't know that my stomach could still churn. All right.
I don't know what to tell you. Don't look at Runt while he's transforming. It's worse. You'll hear it though. There will be a strong sound cue when it occurs.
I'm ready to move on from this conversation.
Yes, let's keep moving. And from this place, I don't think there is much here for. Could swing by the armory, see if anyone wants a further whack stick if we still have some around.
I could use some more. bullets.
I'm keeping this helmet.
Maybe even a more modern crossbow.
Maybe.
Or
Like,
pocket
do I have
thunder
bolts?
if they've got them around.
Yeah. However,
Is there an armory we can break into?
There sure is. And there are actually quite a lot of weapons still, stored and strewn about, just kind of all over the place, to be honest.
Is there any pocket thunder? Any devices?
So, you're able to find everything that's part of the normal weapons table. There are some seemingly updated looking, like, distance arms, long range. But nothing nearly so advanced as what Klaus had.
Yeah. I think Mordred kind of suspected that was like basically a post Rick Doman thing. That was very modern. I mean, I think Mordred is still somewhat convinced that might be arcane. that and the little flamethrower the Pyre Knight had was probably at least a little magical.
If you look around among some of the more, like, really worn or, like, busted stuff that's been cast aside, there is a kind of, like... You're aware of, like, heavy artillery, though there was very rarely any real need or use for it, only in the most rare circumstances. And now you think, well, a worm is a good circumstance for something like that.
Mm-hmm.
There does seem to be, like, some busted, like literal, like, hand cannons, like, smaller cannons.
Yeah.
But,
even that would be very new to Mordred.
Yeah.
But I think we'll try and find some some more crossbow bolts for Pariah, and we'll flex test them a little bit to make sure they're not so brittle that they'll just explode when you put them in the crossbow.
They seem to have kept all right. Not pristine, but not so fragile as to be useless.
Take your pick, my dear. Your ammunition woes are at an end.
She'll look around, just like eventually sees one. She's like, oh, this is passable. Just picks up. How many bolts can I add to mi collection?
Honestly, roll me like a d20.
Oh fuck. Okay.
Like
Alright.
you are in an armory and it is armed.
Watch this fat too.
How did you call that? How did you call that?
Oh no.
We're so fucking back, baby. How did I call? I hate it here.
But the
I
armory
fucking-
wasn't armed, in fact.
Nope.
Uh,
She just picks it up and it just shatters in her hand.
Brittle as fuck.
So, yeah, unfortunately, what I just said about them being in okay condition, only 2 of them are in actually decent condition.
I'm adding 2 bolts to my inventory. That's still not the amount that I started with.
Mordred tested 2 and went like, yeah, these are all great. And then you pick up any of the other ones, they immediately disintegrate.
And she just like gives him a look.
I don't know what happened. I guess I got lucky.
I'd say if you wanted to take more time and keep looking, you might find more, but that's...
Fuck it, we ball. Alright. Watch this 3. I'm ending it all tonight. I rolled one thing over a 10 today.
I am so sorry.
This is
it
so
happens.
good.
Is there armor?
There is, in various states, sizes.
Yeah.
It seems like a lot of the oldest armor has been completely phased out and is kind of like either discarded or is like out in the field because people wore it and then died.
Probably nothing better than I'm currently wearing.
What is your current tier of armor?
Medium.
Medium? You could upgrade.
Would it make me look like a dork?
It wouldn't fit you as well as your current armor.
Oh! Well, okay, so a thing I just realized. I've been playing my armor wrong. So it's DR +2 on agility tests.
Yes, the higher your armor rating.
Oh, no, never mind. I read it right.
Oh, okay.
Because heavy armor is DR +4 on agility tests, and separately defense is DR2.
Yes.
Could I upgrade like my breastplate and greaves such that they would count as heavy, and then keep my helmet?
Yeah, you don't have to replace all of your armor. If you replace most of it, then
I think they're planning on keeping most of their clothes because they are more form-fitting, and especially want to keep their like knees and boots and shoulders like the same because that's their major points of mobility, and they don't want to like this. For better or for worse, despite the armor they're wearing being old, it is fitted to them fundamentally. So being able to upgrade would be really cool.
Ultimately, what you were sacrificing is comfort and the
agility.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think Mordred would love to do that.
It's easy enough. Luckily, in here, a lot of the armor has been able to escape the weathering of the elements. It's not in fantastic condition or anything, but it's not ready to rust apart.
Yeah. Anything for you, Peter? Or anyone, really? Do you want some armor, Pariah?
Is there armor that would work for me? Because I have none.
Oh, I mean, heavy armor would. I mean, you could theoretically, you can wear any armor. You probably don't want to wear heavy armor because of the downsides of it.
Or maybe pick up a shield.
A shield is also a good idea.
What is? Sorry, I think I'm cutting in and out. Can anybody hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Okay, sorry. What does a shield do?
So it's just flat -1 damage taken.
Okay.
And one time with a shield, you can choose to ignore all the damage you take, but then your shield breaks.
You know what? Yeah, I'll grab one of those.
And the bigger downsides, just get as if you don't already have at least light armor, that would be probably a good grab.
Yeah, that's, even
medium
that is just
armor. Yeah, it's just minus D2 damage, and medium armor and heavy armor give agility and defense debuffs, and you can't use scrolls.
Alright.
I'm going to not do that because I have two very good ones.
Seems reasonable. I was gonna this is probably not something Mordred was privy to, but was there a place to keep scrolls in the castle?
Ooh, that would be under the purview. Okay, so kind of the way that your order worked for the most part, the hierarchy, if you will, is while Ragnar was technically at the top, he was always taking orders from the king and the church, kind of in combination.
Yeah.
So any scrolls you were getting were coming from the Church of the Basilisks side of things.
Raid the cathedral herd. Gonna do that anyway. Yeah. I think if available, the only other thing Mordred's really looking for is torches and lamps. Just being able to upgrade to a good old-fashioned lamp would be great.
Yes. If you would like to take a lamp with you, I believe that is an item, a typical type of... I'm looking to see... Yeah, oil lamp. It will count towards your encumbrance.
Yep, I think that is exactly my maximum.
Yeah.
Although
you might be getting close.
I'm down some rations, which helped.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if you wanted to distribute things amongst people to help with that still.
I have plenty of inventory space still.
And I think I'm abandoning my medium armor. I'm not going to carry around medium and heavy armor around with me.
Yeah.
Just upgrading that to medium.
Absolutely.
Or upgrading it to heavy. Okay. Well, that's going to take Mordred a minute, but I think they're happy to move on, having looted the armory. Anyone else got stuff on their wish list?
I don't think Ron needs anything, honestly. I think he gets most of his stuff from his transformations. And he doesn't get to keep them.
I think Friend is keeping the helmet although it's gonna although it provides, I'm guessing it provides no additional bonus since it's just the helmet, because Friend already technically has D4 armor, I guess. Because that was
good flavor.
Run
yeah,
like
but no, that and just that and a shield.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay, and also I actually want a quick. I can. Right, I can do that. Out of curiosity, the large phalange that Friend harvested from the sister. What kind of phalange is that? Is that like the fingertip phalange?
Finger phalange.
Yes, but which one? Is it like the end of a finger, or is it like the center of a finger?
I think it was probably a fingertip. I think anything else would have been too difficult to get.
Could friend potentially replace a hand with that phalange and have a fist weapon?
Huh. I'm gonna look at something very quickly.
Yeah.
Any sills lying around? Steal some money.
Give me a moment. I will think about that.
Sorry, just a thought occurred to me.
Yeah. The problem is I don't know, like, what an unarmed attack is like. Like,
Like
Yeah.
D4,
D4.
along the same line as like a femur.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was trying to figure out, would it just count as a femur at that point?
'Cause, I mean, yeah, at this point, it kind of feels like,
Probably.
kind of sounds like a Kestis in a way, if you know what I'm talking about. For the
Oh,
little-
there is a listing for unarmed, which is D2.
Oh, is it like under violence instead of weapons?
No, it's in there. It's just next to the broken hand
Wait, where is that?
in the
Broken-
Markborg book.
I don't see that. Okay.
It's like the
Um,
left center of the page.
Well, I don't have the normal I have the bare bones version.
Maybe it's not in the bare bones version. It's kind of fun.
Yeah, I don't see that listed. That's
Yeah.
crazy. I will give you, if you attach it where your hand would be, it will count similar to a femur, a D4.
Okay, that's reasonable. Thank you.
You are
That's
most
just
welcome.
another option.
You this does mean you lose
which-
use of your hand while you have it attached. Like you can
Yeah.
no longer pick anything up. It's kind of this pointy, horrible nub now that you have some ambidextrousness with it.
I mean, yeah. It's he's keeping it like in his bag amongst the other things.
Pater looks green about the gills as you perform this swap. Just like holds a hand up to
On
the side
pop
of his
on a
face
bone.
to.
Probably.
I would like to ask a question.
Yes.
Of Pater. And that question is,
How is it that you were tricked into killing our friend here?
Let me find you. Ah. That, I'm afraid, is a rather unpleasant story, but one I suppose I owe to my friend here. So, our order was mostly run by Ragnar, our higher up, but also under the influence of, well, the royalty, the king himself, and the abbess of the Church of the Basilisks. Under their orders, I was fed information I now see as being incorrect. I was told that there was someone who was alerting the other side of our conflict to our movements, our machinations. That this person was trying to get us all killed. However, I was also told that if a move was made in a wrong way, or that if they knew that anyone was onto them, they would simply flee and foil any further repercussions, endangering us further. the idea was, well, strike first, take them out before they could cause more damage. Little did I know, this was all a ploy. See, Ragnar and the Abbess did not like me. I was starting to ask questions that they didn't like. I was catching on to the fact that something was not right. So, when I took this information as truth, I was lured into following through on something terrible. I was then accused of being said traitor. And I had inadvertently killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Or 1 wicked dagger. I suspect that they chose you because you also knew something. I'm talking to Mordred now.
I recall a conversation where I overheard a number of things, and in the presence of the Abbess, and she was not pleased by my knowledge nor presence.
Figures.
Something regarding the throne, potentially an inheritor, an unexpected inheritor.
Alright, more interesting than I could have guessed.
And correct me if I'm misremembering also, of this some individual, I assumed a child at the time, being taken care of by the prosecutor, correct? Correct me at GM?
You are remembering correctly, but this is news to Pater, who
Yes.
raises an eyebrow. I knew there was something pulling her away from her duties, but I didn't know what. That's very interesting indeed. Of course, she would also be entangled in their terrible designs. Tore her apart to see the 2 of us undone like that.
Wonder what became of the order after that. I mean, clearly it disintegrated over time, but
I know that in the years after, I was able to hear some news, even in my time away. Ragnar continued to control things for a time, and then his marriage, and then he eventually found a successor. I think it continued, but the nature of it changed.
Does that answer your curiosity?
Yes, it does. Although I am surprised by how easygoing you are about this information.
The memory. which has stuck with me for in only my dreams, apparently. The guilt apparent on this poor man's face. I'm already dead. There's nothing I much can do about it anymore at this point, and I don't know. I don't see the use in being upset about it. We were deceived. We are no longer deceived.
All the same, you say this and Peter's head absolutely hangs in shame.
Mm-hmm.
Just stares at the tile beneath his feet. Something strange happens in this moment of quiet. So far, you have only ever been able to hear your own voices, your own shufflings, and every moment of quiet in between is truly deathly silent. However, as you continue to move through these halls and shuffle around, in this moment you hear something in the distance. It is faint, but it is distinct, apart from your own sounds.
Am I allowed to roll a presence, try and detect the
Yes,
direction?
absolutely.
Doo-doo. 8 plus 2, so 10.
10. You get a general sense. Not specific, not pinpoint accurate, but you get that it's coming from down the hallways in a down a specific direction.
I think similarly to how we did so before with Pater, Run becomes alerted and just kind of does the half hiss, half growl thing in that direction.
Mm.
Anyone is allowed to do with that information what they will.
Does it sound like a single thing or multiple?
It is a split second of what could be a rock falling, a footstep, something else falling over, an animal. You have no idea.
I'll go investigate it.
Run tracks you close behind.
And I will have my crossbow out just in case.
If you are following this noise, it does not continue. But as you continue down the hall, you hear a little more. And Pariah, you specifically, I think, would kind of understand the sound of heels on tile stonework. The soft, like, click, 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 click.
I think she moves a little faster.
Alright. As you do, I'm actually going to bring us somewhere new. Somewhere.
No, ma'am.
Whoop.
New map. Who it is? Oh.
Hold on. You're not here yet.
I'm not there yet.
Whoa, we're halfway there.
Mentally, I never left the cart.
Mariah,
Whoa,
you
crystalline square.
before you can reach the source of the clicking of heels, a door opens and then shuts again. Would you like to keep following?
I think she will.
You realize that they could have only gone one place, which is through one of these pairs of double doors.
Yeah.
I will give you... Would you like to just enter, or would you like to be sneaky about it?
I'm gonna try sneaky first.
Hmm.
Worst case scenario, I have 2 omens left.
Do I also have to roll sneak?
I'm going to... I need to get at least you present. You know how many. If you would like to... There really isn't like a... If you want to open the door quietly, like silently, I'll take an agility.
I can do that. Alright. Manifesting. 17. That's gonna be an omen. Oh my...
Use another
Oh, no.
omen.
I have 1 left.
That's all you need.
Oh.
You only need 1.
Please.
Oh,
Oh my god.
what is happening? Oh, you should
You roll
stop.
about
You know
stop
what?
using
It's
Tailspire.
fine. I apparently need to stop using Tailspire.
Stop using Tailspire.
That is insane. How many 5s have I rolled today?
I'm going to just, since things are different now. She's not actually facing you. You, unfortunately,
Yeah, it's cool.
yeah, you
It's
try to step in as quietly as possible, but I mean, this is a damn heavy door. When it closes, oh wait, was Ren here? Did Ren also want to be?
Yeah,
Where do you-
I was tracking him close behind.
I will let you be basically right next to Pariah. The door closes with an unfortunately loud, like, not quite a slam, but almost. And as it does, a red-robed figure whips around to look at you. I'm going to quickly switch over to Playroll to show you an image. That's not the image.
Exciting.
Those are also not.
Oh, I am concerned.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Which is cool.
That's a bad.
I fuck with
time.
this. However. However.
They turn to you, draped all in red, with a wide-brimmed, fringed, veiled hat upon their head. And you get... This person is tall and regal in their bearing. turns to you, and though you can't see all of their face, you can make out their mouth and the faintest hint of their eyes. They look at you inquisitively. Oh. Sooner than expected. Why don't you tell the others to come along as well?
And why should I?
I assume we have much to talk about. I mean, I knew some of you were on your way, but she... Despite not being able to see her eyes, you keep seeing her eyes drifting to Runt. I sensed the ox. I knew of them. The rest of you are quite a surprise.
Does this woman set off, like, Runt's fight or flight response? Just at a glance.
Runt, when she looks at you, despite her peering through this veil, her gaze skewers you like an insect pinned to velvet. Like, she makes the hairs on the back of your neck stand on end. Not only that, she makes all of your family squabble in confusion.
And I think at that overstimulation, because they've probably never all spoken that quickly at once, Runt immediately ducks behind. I'll do it on the map. Ducks behind Pariah, kind of just barely peeking over the sides of their legs, and just hissing at this person. Pariah, you can tell he's shaking.
And yeah, immediately just kind of like kicks into, okay, I need to protect mode.
Who are you?
Which?
I am the abbess of the Church of the Basilisks. But I think you already knew this, and I think your other friends know this as well. I'm telling you, bring them here. You all need to come sooner or later. In the meantime, I have work to do. She keeps walking this way.
Without, like, looking away from her, she'll, like, Pry's gonna crouch down to the ground, like, slowly.
Run, darling, would you go get the others and bring them here?
DM, I have a question.
Mm.
As they walk through this, like, minefield of crystals, do any of them react when she walks past them?
Not at all.
Yep.
Do I get anything from my ribbon?
She does have a heartbeat.
I think Runt looks... His eyes kind of never leave her silhouette. And he eventually backs out of the room.
Absolutely.
And tugs at Pariah's... like, he wants her to come with him. He's not leaving her alone with this person.
I'll be okay. Just be quick, okay?
Oh yeah, sorry, that was an accident. I was trying to relaunch Tailspire.
Okay.
Because I'm having load troubles again.
You're good. And I think he takes a moment and eventually does just acquiesce and just silently backs out of the room. And with all of the +5 agility he has,
Yeah.
sprints
Speed.
down all fours down the hallway to the rest of the party. Bad lady! Bad lady! There's a stutter in his voice that you haven't heard before.
Well, that is why she's called Pariah.
No! And he tries to make himself tall to mimic her. Lady, and he points over at the crystal that you now have, Rust Bucket.
Crystal Lady?
No, bad rock, no hurt, bad lady.
I think we should get over there.
Okay.
Agreed.
Let's go.
Slaps at the ground and then just runs back.
In the meantime, she has made her way, like, all the way up to, like, here. And then...
I'll move as close as I physically can without being hurt by the crystals.
Yeah, you are able to very carefully weave your way up. Also bring everyone else back
I'm
to
having
the
the
scene.
same trouble as I did before. Where it's not. I'll know what's going on when it's not allowing me to load in.
Also
you
want to
might
flag
have to
that it
go
is
through.
11:50.
Yes, I'm
Yeah.
getting ready to end this.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I don't know if this will.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what's going on or why it keeps doing this. Sorry.
There's the stream if you need it. We're getting ready.
Yeah, I'm watching.
As you all come in, Mordred behind you, you hear Pater just go, shit. As the Avis turns back around, hearing your entrance, and she just gives a smile like you have never seen on her face before. And says, how good of you to finally join me, Ox. If you have nothing to say to that,
I do
That's
not. I sure
okay.
don't.
Then that is where I will end it.
I have one question, which
Okay.
is this a typical outfit
Yes.
for the Abyss? Okay.
Yes.
Damn,
Yeah,
she's fucking slaying 24/7. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. By
Never
comparison,
an offer.
Alitza was underwhelming. She was not actually dressed as a proper Abyss.
Noted. Terrifying. All right. No further questions, Your Honor.
Particularly not drippy.
Well.
Well, that was a
Just
cliffhanger.
to, again, as always. Sorry to drop that
Oh,
on
you
you and then
funny.
end, but thank you for playing with me.
Delicious.
That was so good.
Just to be a little quicker about it, we'll start with you, Eli.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Of course.
So yes, city completely abandoned in complete desolation. Happy about that. I am happy everything's fucked. No, the city was very nice. It is also once again nice to see the Rust Bucket continuing to spiral downwards in a terrible, terrible into an infinite well of misery. I like that. I like I'm wondering if Rust Bucket is going to pull out of this or not, and I'm interested to see whether they do or not, because I think both options are incredibly compelling to me. It was just a very enjoyable segment. Also, everybody seems to be at their lowest tier, or most people at least. Fucking Runt and Friend Fist Bump were cool.
Well, we'll see how this next little bit goes, but yeah.
Yeah, what? What do you mean? How is this gonna go wrong? How's this gonna go wrong? This is a nice lady. This is a nice lady right here.
It's me right now. Grinning.
Wishes that Tailspire would fucking work for me. Sorry,
I'm sorry.
if I seem distracted literally the entire time. I've just been trying to get it to work.
It is okay, and it is not your
I wish
fault.
I could help you.
No, it's alright. But no. Wishes as well. Wishes as well. What is this fucking lady's deal? What is she doing? Has she caused all this? Is she the big evil? Is she merely meant to point us in another direction, or is she the next big Dark Souls boss? Because I'm happy with another big Dark Souls boss. First one was real fun. Also, I'm interested, again, maps, but I really liked the town, the Rictoma town map. Just all of the I don't know, the coloring just worked very well for me with the bright red roofs and just gray everything else. Like little to no plant life whatsoever, just the dull white crystals and just
if you want,
just the
just a little
pallid
secret.
stone. Yeah, go ahead.
A secret about the palettes, just very quickly. They have to be that way, or else the crystals are colored. I have to use a filter to take away the color of the crystals, because I wanted them to be white.
I mean, I figured it was a filter, but it works very well. Yeah, but no, Castletown, very good. Also, just every interaction in the Castletown was good. It was a very good split the party session, and I'm happy it happened. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, I don't have too much to say right now.
That's okay.
Right.
Also, feel free if you have to go. Like, do not feel bad about.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I might hop onto my phone and just listen to the rest of y'all while I wash up. Sorry. Alright, yeah, I'm gonna hop out briefly and then just start listening. For all intents and purposes, this is me saying goodnight. I am gonna be listening, though. Have a good night, everybody.
Good night. Get a good rest.
Yep.
Okay, and now from this point, volunteers?
I can go.
Alright.
I'll go. I turned back on the stream and it's just bass. I'm like, whoa. Jump scare.
Just, can I zoom in any... How close can we get?
Terrifying. Stars, genuinely just a very fun session. A lot of little things and very big things that we all got to learn for, like, just backstory things for most of our characters today, which is very, very fun. Stuff that I didn't know about other people's characters. Very fun, very cool. Star, this character already, it serves a certain way, and I'm like, ooh, okay. I'm here for it. You're going to ruin my life, and I'm here for it. Very good. Pater is actually quite a lot of fun.
Oh, good.
I think they're very fun. The fucking comment of just like looking over to Pariah, oh, this guy with mausoleum. It's just genuinely got me. Very, very good. Very
oh, cool.
iconic.
You got pulled out
Ooh,
of a
came out of the
stone
giant
coffin.
big box.
I had to dig my way through the dirt and the worms and like, you fucking asshole.
I crawled out of a crater filled with bodies. Big fancy over here. Very good. Very iconic. I love them already. Star, a friend being a friend to Pariah was so good. Even though it's the panic of just like, I don't know what to do here, it was still very good. And I really liked that. Thank you, Eli. That was mwah.
Sorry, the like, you're welcome, or like the...
You're welcome.
Genuinely, I was... Oh.
It was everything I was hoping for. Genuinely it was. Very good, very iconic. Wishes. I'm interested to see what this bitch has to say. It's very much gives the vibe of just like, I've been expecting you, weary travelers, and just info dump, and I'm excited for that. I am interested to see why she was looking at Runt specifically. I see that.
He's a little guy.
Yeah, he's just a little guy.
He's just
Also,
so
Wish, roll above a fucking 12.
I believe in you.
Okay.
I'm
Hold
sending
on.
you
I'm
positive
manifesting.
energies.
I'm rolling once more just to see. Where was that?
You can't do it after or it'll taunt
Where
you.
was that?
Mm-hmm.
I hate it here. Yeah, just a lot of very, very good things today, and I am just very excited. Wish, I cannot wait to play again. It's been so long. I missed y'all so much.
Yeah.
I missed y'all. And that's me.
Oh, we can go down the list, sure. I think this is probably one of my fave sessions so far. We learned a little bit about everyone, and we got to see like really genuinely tender moments. And I love the sessions where Runt's just a dumb, goofy little idiot, and I love the sessions where he just sits in the cart and I get to listen to you all do your goddamn thing, and it just makes me happy every single time. I just want to know more. I want to know more, and I think this lady is the perfect person to just give me that. And I genuinely want every single bit of knowledge for my little lore goblin brain. I also just love Pater. I think he's really good. I love the hell out of Pater. I like them, or Pater and Ox's like just little witty dialogues. Just they were so like just soulful and nice, and just kind of gave them so much like life. You just brought so much life to the character by just talking to them, and it was fun to watch. The small tender moments between Ox and Rust and Friend and Pariah just hit me just the right way, and I was just sitting there just eating my popcorn, enjoying the hell out of my time. And honestly, that's all. Great maps, great players, great DM. You can't ask for much more. I wish it was next session already. That's all for me.
Jumping the line.
Wow.
Yeah. That's how I feel. Oh no, I had stuff and it all went away.
Night night.
Lots of fucking good stuff. Bartholomew's reaction to like finally being in his home. The lore drop that Rust Bucket knows about these fucking crystals. Somehow, like, that was generally like fucking surprise Pikachu face moment for me, for sure.
I love you, Matt.
That was wild. And that, like, not necessarily dawning on Mordred, but dawning on Cole, the, like, this entire apocalypse might be man-made. Like, everything that is happening right now, maybe none of this is foretold, and everyone's just been fucking up for 500 years while I've been gone.
I like that idea.
Yeah, that's wild. That's really interesting. Like, cause like, I don't know, if the climate apocalypse does happen, and someone woke up in like 2300 after having been asleep since the 1800s, it's just been like, yeah, they discovered electricity and then they destroyed the world, and it's just like, yeah, okay, I get it. Yeah, holy shit, super cool, super good. God, there were a lot of moments. Pariah's moment at home, like the unveiling of the attic and the things and the boxes and the things in the boxes was like some of the most invested I have been in a scene from outside the scene, and I want to re-listen to it immediately. I just want to re-listen to that description and narration very, very badly.
To get this episode edited and put up faster than the last one.
I like... This is something I kind of set out to do from the beginning, and I like that both Pater and Matt as Bartholomew kind of addressed it. But the fact that... I like the fact that Mordred's not mad about being stabbed in the back by Pater. Because that sounds like such an annoying true Paragon thing to do, too. Is like, I'm not even mad that you literally murdered me. Because I don't know. I think Mordred is mad about a lot of things. Mordred is upset by a pretty wide variety of things. But, like, weirdly, like, harm done to them is not one of those things. They're a lot more mad about, frustrated by harm done to other people. And kind of like buddying with Pater through a good chunk of this session, I think was a fun way to express that a little bit. God, yeah, great moments. I loved Corb playing Corpse. That was really good. That was really fun.
Like not fair.
I love the little bit of same brain between Mordred and, or maybe not even Mordred and Rust Bucket, more Cole and Matt. I'm just like, you gotta grab some of that fucking crystal. You got do something fucked up with that. I'm excited. Seeing this lady, horrifying, terrifying. I am concerned. Yeah, I don't know. I just had a good time. Yeah, good, fun, more. Please.
I'll do my best. That was Matt.
That's me?
That's you.
Okay. Well, God, I mean, what wasn't just a lot of fun in this one? Honestly. Just just the setup of like Pater stuck to the tree in the forest. That was cool. I like
that conceptualized long before who I knew was going to be the poor soul stuck to a tree. I just wanted to do that bit.
I also just love how I completely failed to save him.
Oh,
you know what I mean?
That was awful. Yeah.
Like, oh, I'm just gonna pull this sword out of you real quick. Don't worry about it. It's like, oh, I accidentally cut you entirely in half. Oops. Like, that's basically what just happened. But yes, that was cool. Part of me feels bad a little bit that we just kind of skipped those mines, but at the same time, it's like I just want to get to the city.
Yes, that's okay.
First of all, I just had a lot of fun playing my character. In kind of up until the end here, because I just asked a question that I was thinking of, not necessarily my character. But I was like, I want to know. But yeah, it was kind of cool, the like drawing that's just like there tucked away somehow. Pariah's scene with the fucking kid, like I think I was muted and I literally just went like, oh fuck. Like I was just like, oh my god. I did not see that coming.
Tragic.
Yeah. Also, yes, same brain. I am having thoughts for Ragnar. Don't ruin them, please.
Try not to.
No, not you.
Oh. Everyone stay out of my way.
Look, sometimes you just have to give someone their final death. That's all I'm gonna say. Thank you for letting me fuck around.
Always.
Also,
You are ever so allowed.
because that was a lot of fun. And yeah, I don't know. Wishes. That's where I'm at. Wishes. Yeah, I want to know who this lady is, obviously. I want to... Because I don't feel like this lady is the end. I don't feel like the abbess is the end. I feel like there's something else beyond this.
Yeah, I know I was saying that we have like 3 sessions left. That might be closer to 4, depending on how the next... This one went a little longer than I meant for it to. Oops.
Which means we're having fun.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, so the lady is definitely gonna mean something, be something. And then there was another thought that I had. I can't remember. I don't know. I had a lot of fun. There was a lot that happened, and it was all kind of crazy and a good time. So
I'm glad.
I'm excited for the next one.
It wasn't.
Sorry, I just realized I had another very specific wish that I want to make sure I don't forget.
Okay.
I want to talk to Pariah about the book really, 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 really bad, because there's an article in there about how Thorn got made. And I need to know that spell. I need to know that spell. I need to be able to talk to my sword better. I want to know what happened. I want to know, like, did my sword go through trauma? Were they like not selected for this? Did they volunteer? Are they like a hateful? What happened? What's going on? I want to know. But the Mordred doesn't know anything about it, so they can't ask about it.
Heard.
I think that leaves you.
Oh shit! I forgot that I do this too. Wow. Stars. You all continue to be my favorites. I love you all so much. I hope that I am half as entertaining as I find y'all when you are all in your element. You are all fantastic. I love getting to play a talking NPC with all of you. I have limited my opportunities, but I hope the few times that I do get to kind of play with you, they're enjoyable. Because I am having a lot of fun. I'm also always scared. So, it's good to hear that this is, that people are enjoying this. And it continues to sound like, wishes are aligned with things that I do indeed have in mind. I wasn't really able to. People were wishing for a hard combat. That was meant to happen this session. We went a little long. That will be coming up. So.
Something to look forward to.
Yeah, exactly. Man. I'm excited to be in the headspace of this lady for a little bit. I've been ideating her for a long time, so it's fun to finally bring her to life. Make her real for you all.
We're in danger.
Yeah, I can't wait to get brutally murdered.
We just want to talk.
Grins.
Everything is fine.
Just grins.
It's fine.
Wishes. Want to play again soon? Will do my best to continue to make it good. I'm having a hard time keeping up with, like, boards right now. Hopefully I will have plenty of boards for the upcoming sessions. I believe that's it.
I thought it was a good amount of boards.
But
that's just me.
Other than that, I think all that's left to say is thank you for continuing to play with me. I hope we get to play again soon. And good night.
Have a good night.
Good night, everyone.
Night, bye.
See y'all.